Hello guys, welcome back to Death Stranding, part 27. So I did a couple things, namely, I did increase connection levels with the east side, so I finished the musician. Uh, what else? Oh yeah, Port Knot City, because I left those last time in the eastern region. I also maxed out Nick Easton. Uh, yeah, pretty much maxed out everyone, I think. Except that jackass, Peter Englert. He's still not maxed out for some reason. I did 4 pizza deliveries. Like, the third one was crazy because it had me bring all the way from the Timefall farm uh, 2 pizzas, which had to be flat at all times, which is fine if you have a vehicle. But then he makes me bring champagne, which I have to carry by hand. And I can't use the zip line because he's gonna put it on his back. So I ran the whole mile, and he still hasn't upgraded. I'll show you in a bit. Oh, the veteran porter guy I already maxed out. Oh, there is. And Peter Englert! Look at that guy. It's not even 1 star. It's like point 0.9 or 8 or something. I don't know what's going on with that guy. Like, I give up. I haven't gotten any emails for any additional pizza deliveries, and that's all I delivered. He doesn't even have uh, standard orders, which really bugs me. So I don't know who this guy is, but it's always an order for Sam, and it's never a standard order. So I assume he might be an important story character, but then again, I didn't really want to show you guys because it's just basically me delivering pizza from point A to point B at different points. Like, one was South Knot, the other was Lake Knot, and then the Timefall, and then Mountain Knot. But it's basically the same shit, delivering from point A to point B. You know, uh, I might show his emails at some point. But anyway, right now I wanna continue most of the main story, which is Hartman. And we're there right now. My backpack cover is damaged because I've been doing so many deliveries to level up stuff and also get some free shit. I didn't bring the free shit I was talking about, but yeah. The battery is level 3. Let's see. Oh yeah, I have this. Wait, I think I've already shown that I have the chiral cover for the backpack cover. Uh, I did fabricate the grenade launcher, and also I got a multiple rocket launcher, but I don't think I need it at the moment. But I will show it at some point. Well, I can show it now. Let's see, fabricate. Where is it? Yeah, see, it says right there, grenade launcher. It's in the private room anyway, so I can show it there later when I go there. But right now, what's important is we go and talk to Hartman. We're at his place, but there doesn't seem to be an order. I mean, there's standard orders, but that's not the story. I think I need to go to his room, maybe. Oh yeah, see, there's like open door, yeah. I haven't been able to go here unless it's a story part. Anyway, let's go in. It's that BT again. Hey, what's up?
Thank you, Sam. In
Hey.
reclaiming our past, we've uncovered a number of vital clues.
No problem.
Don't worry, I just got back.
Okay.
We have time.
Huh.
When you met with Mama, you experienced a strong antigen-antibody reaction, correct?
There was a BT in the room.
Yep.
There was, but something else may have been causing it.
What?
I've discovered large quantities of chiral matter in Mama as well. Not just
Okay.
the usual kind that collects on our skin or on our suits. It's in all her cells. Cells that are no longer active. The BT you encountered there was special. It was her child, but also her own soul. Somehow, her car and half failed to separate. They must have remained connected through the umbilical cord. It's the only explanation.
Is that why I didn't get a bruise where she touched me?
Yes, and there's more.
10 seconds to cardiac arrest.
Oh, here we go again.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I modified the log times. Headquarters will have no record of what we say. Look, a message from Dead Man. It came with the umbilical cord.
Huh.
Sam, I'm sorry. You deserve to know what you were carrying.
What?
But I couldn't risk Die Hardman finding out about the case.
Yeah, I don't
So I
trust
had
him
no
now.
choice but to keep it off the books.
Okay.
You've got to keep this between us. We still don't know if the director can be trusted. The umbilical cord was taken from Bridget Strand. I
Oh.
removed it in secret. The cord wasn't attached to a fetus. It was outside her body. She asked me to take care of it. Said it was the key to unlocking the Death Stranding.
What if she's a still mother?
That I never tell the director.
Or she's a still
Cord
mother
shows
now?
No sign of decomposition or necrotization. Almost as if it's frozen in time. I thought Hartman might be able to make sense of it. So I had it hidden with your cargo at Mountain Knot City.
Dead Man's observations were accurate. It's just like Mama's corpse.
What do you mean?
I mean, they share a very unique property. Both contain large amounts of chiralium in their cells. In other words, the president's cord was somehow connected to the beach, and that allowed it to escape the flow of time. I've put together the bones of a theory. It's patchy, but worth sharing, I think. Life on Earth has been rocked by many extinctions, great and small, including the Big Five. And if you examine the Earth's strata, its history, if you will, you'll find chiralium deposits that can be dated to each. What if the manifestation of beaches and other associated phenomena correspond to extinction-level events?
You mean?
Yes. Our Death Stranding could just be the latest of many. The records and research you helped us to recover strongly suggest that we are in the middle of the 6th extinction.
6th extinction. Come on.
You know what this is, yes?
A frozen mammoth from 10,000 years ago.
Correct.
Okay.
And this?
The Iceman from 5,300 years ago.
They both had the same umbilical cords.
Oh.
Bullshit.
Humor me. What if the mammoth and the Iceman weren't frozen?
You're
Or they're
saying
frozen in time.
stopped for them just like it did for Mama?
Unfortunately, all these specimens were lost in the Death Stranding, so there's no way to examine the genuine articles. But some fragments of data did survive. With the aid of the chiral network, we may be able to piece together something more concrete using Evo-Devo tech. All right, how's this? A dinosaur from 65.5 million years ago. Umbilical cord, not decomposed.
Only mammals have umbilical cords.
No, only mammals have umbilical cords used for childbirth. This is something else. Call it a strand from the other side. I propose that mammalian umbilici are a sort of mimesis of the strand that then evolved over time. We shouldn't assume that everything about a Death Stranding is detrimental to life. Trilobites, ammonites, dinosaurs, the mammoth, the iceman, all preserved as if frozen in time.
Because
All,
time's not
without
flowing.
exception, found with strands. Which is to say that all may have been connected to the beach.
Huh.
And this, when viewed in the context of the extinction entity, EE theory, leads me to surmise that organisms with strands are in fact extinction entities. You see, Sam, EEs are connected to the beach via their strands. And it is through this connection that they somehow bring about a Death Stranding.
So
So
you're saying Bridget was an
Bridget's-
extinction entity?
It's far too soon to say anything for certain. And since you burned her body, we may never know.
So she never
Hicks
became
said
an
Amelie's in
extinction.
EE, that she doesn't have dooms like the rest of us.
Sam, think. Assume that President Strand was an EE. Isn't it possible that her daughter is too? At the very least, Higgs may hope as much now that the president is unavailable.
So he's lying about it.
So he kidnaps her for EE powers or whatever to cause a mass extinction.
Perhaps. Perhaps not. I doubt a single EE is powerful enough to cause a Death Stranding, assuming Amelie is an EE.
Well, Higgs sure thinks she's got what it takes.
Indeed. And we need to get her back as soon as possible.
1 minute remaining. Please hold on to something secure.
Ah, this one is real. Sam, go west.
How do you need to handle Die Hard?
With your customary reserve. Nothing good will come of him learning of our suspicions. Whatever else is going on, we still need the chiral network.
Right.
Activating lab security measures. 5, 4,
Huh.
2, 1.
So Higgs wants to cause a mass extinction again. Why, I am not sure.
It's time, Sam. When you're ready, proceed to the shore of the tar belt and begin work on the chiral relay. Once it's ready, use the Cupid to bring it online. The necessary materials are prepped for you.
Okay.
Supplies are limited, so handle them with care. You'll be carrying a lot, too. All things considered, this might be one of your hardest runs to date.
Ooh.
Hartman knows more about the site than I do, so he'll take it from here. It's about time for his wake-up call anyway.
Administering shock. Stand clear.
Right. About that way station. The site we have chosen was an original candidate for the way station we lost to the tar belt.
Okay.
Ironically, we suspended construction because we deemed it a little too unstable and not worth the risk. But this time, it's our best shot. So let's hope we weren't right to change horses in midstream. Fortunately for us, the foundation we laid down is still intact. All you have to do is transport the necessary materials to the site and finish the job. I'm afraid it's the only way we can expand the network further west and rescue Harmony. We're counting on you, Sam.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm not gonna do any standard orders for now. Repair Chiral relay. There's like a Homo Demons camp by the BT area. That's like the closest one. So I am gonna be carrying a lot of stuff, so that's gonna be a problem. So I don't think I can use zip lines. Unless, of course, there's a post box. Why a zip line? Maybe I can carry some stuff. Well, that depends. Let's see how much we're dealing with. How much does it want me to take with me? Also, I should probably have a floating carrier. Just in case. Weapons. I might need... I might bring that. Because the one I have is... Am I gonna be dealing with Homo Demons Remules? I might bring that. Here we go. A rocket launcher or a grenade launcher. Decisions. Maybe the rocket launcher? I don't know. Maybe. Grenade launcher? Maybe. One. I have a few hematic grenades. I don't want to kill Homo Demons because that's not good. I'll cause another void out. My chiral boots are kinda worn down. I'll bring that. I'm wearing a speed skeleton. I want the all-terrain skeleton. So I'll bring that. My thermal pads right now are pretty worn down. I think I'll bring 2 maybe. I don't know. Power gloves, I'll bring 1. Oxygen mask, I might need it or not. Actually, I have no idea. My armor plate is okay. I don't know if I'm gonna need some ladders. But, you know. Sure. Climbing anchor, one of them is 5. I'll bring that. Container repair spray. Oh shit, yeah. You know, I think my boots should last. Wait. Can I now bring some container repair spray? How many? Maybe 2 is okay. Okay. Floating carts. Oh no. I don't know where they are though. Can I bring one? No, I cannot. Crap. Okay, how do I carry all this shit then? Let's see. Oh, there's 5 of them. Ooh. Wait, offload all of them. Okay. Bola gun can be useful. Oh, I have an oxygen mask, so I didn't really need that oxygen mask. The thermal pads. I already have thermal pads. Power skeleton. Should I wear the power skeleton? I might need. I might need that. Yeah. So he's better at handling that. Shit, I'm gonna be dealing with those guys. You No, no, no. Offload that for now. Because I think we're gonna need to wear these. Oops. Sorry, keep forgetting that you can only do that one at a time. Shoulder. Okay. Let's put the old oxygen mask. You know what? The oxygen mask is fine. I have hematic grenades. Did I make an oxygen mask? I did. I didn't really need this, did I? Put it in the private locker. Thermal pad. I made thermal pads. I don't really need them. I took off the speed skeleton. I don't really need it for now. I have power gloves on. How are they doing? How are my power gloves doing? They're not too bad. Oh wait, that's power skeleton. I'm sorry. Power gloves are kinda damaged, but I think that should last. So you know what? Nah, let's put in a locker. Alright. All-terrain skeleton. No, I gotta bring that, I think. Armor plate. Yeah, those are actually quite important. Ooh. I wanna load that on. Wait. You know. Wait. I made an all-terrain skeleton. Why don't I just wear this instead? Yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna have to get rid of this for now. But at least I have it just in case. So I don't even know if I need. Is this a new one? This is a new one. No, that's on the tool rack. Grenade launcher, multi-rocket launcher. I wonder if I even need that. Multi-rocket launcher or grenade launcher. What does the multi-rocket launcher need? Oh, it's like a one-use thing. Right. Maybe I don't really need the multi-rocket launcher for now. I did want to show it. I'll just show it in a private room. Yeah, I don't think I need it for now. I might bring that with me. Okay. What else? What else? What else? No. Sorry, this is taking some time. Just want to make sure I do this properly. Or at least as proper as I can go. Armor plate. Oh, this is the damaged one. I already made one, so I don't need this. Container repair spray, yes. Maybe I just need one. Ladder. Yes, maybe. Wait, do I have the oxygen mask with me? Oxygen mask? No, I do not. I don't know if I even need the oxygen mask. I don't know if there's gonna be like any VOG, but better safe than sorry. I brought a ladder and wait, did I not bring a container repair spray? I should have. What? Okay, that's weird. I'm pretty sure I brought something. Can't attach it to my suit. Fine. I'm just bringing one. Damn it. How about the riot shotgun? Oof. I am out of space. Sorry, shotgun. I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to deal with just 2 armors. I can't bring any more shit. Like, sure, there's a vehicle, but I'm taking the freaking zip lines. I guess that's it for now. Yeah, I don't think I can carry do a floating carrier either anyway, because
Order assigned.
you know, it's odd he doesn't. It's not red, it's still white on the it's not orange. With the cargo he's carrying. So he shouldn't have like an extremely hard time. Anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go through I'm gonna have to go through that territory. Okay, so what we wanna do is we're gonna be going through this territory. I don't know if there are gonna be BTs after that. There's a mule area. Then I guess we can just make it somehow to the chiral relay. So let's just make it to that zip line. Cool, let's go. Should something happen, I am saving. Alright, let's save 2 times, just to be safe. Okay, let's go! Sort of. I mean, yes, we're going! That is a shit ton of cargo. I'm already burning through my my stamina. I'm gonna equip this because I know I'm gonna have a hard time.
There's a time for everything. This ain't it.
What do you mean? Oh, I have the P equipped. Sorry. I'm sorry, what? Why did you drop that? What? Why did he drop? What? Why'd you drop that? Why'd you drop that, Sam? Huh? Why'd you drop that, huh? That's in the tool rack. Silly boy. I don't know why he did that. Weird. I got an email. Well, let's go.
Footpath.
My My zip lines are rusting. So I'm gonna need to put some upgrades for this. Man, zip lines really make everything so much simpler. Hey, where's that going? Where does it connect? It goes to the Evo biologist, I know, but where does it? Ooh, I'm getting a lot of emails. I want more interviews though. Those are more eye-opening. Okay, that goes where? 207, right. That's the highlighted part. Though I do want to go to that. Well, let's go here. Let's see if I can go. $333. Where do you go? Over there. Okay, yeah, that leads to BR. Yeah, that's the zipline I want to go to. Yeah. Man, ziplines are probably the most fun I had in this game, but it does get old a bit. Okay. Okay, so with this part, right. Well, I'm gonna be mostly dealing with the Homo demons at this point. So I think, okay, now that I'm here, I do also want to save. I keep saving, I know. Okay, I'm gonna be dealing with these guys, probably. So, ooh, you know, it's not cold in this area, I think. It's not too heavy on ice. And my thermal pads. Alright, but I didn't bring, I didn't bring the armor for up there anyways. What's the point? I'm an idiot. Let's put it on the right shoulder instead. Let's just put it on top because I get shot at in that area more. Oh wait. No, I didn't mean that armor plate. I meant this one. Yeah, that should go. Alright. Now. I'm gonna have to be dealing with these guys. I want to bring out... what is that? Let's look at this. Revolver style. Hematic rounds. Or hematic grenades. Just grenades, I guess. Slip grenades. Huh. What is this? Tranquilizer grenades. I want that. Ooh. Oh, he started. What perfect timing. I take out the grenade launcher and it starts whistling. And what a perfect time to show you you memory chip. I mean, I saved, so whatever. Let's see. Yeah, this one. See lower or Yeah. I'm gonna do more interviews once I get more, and then just read them. I do want to read you guys' emails as well. The Peter Englert emails are pretty interesting. Kind of funny. Low Roar is the solo project of Reykjavik-based American musician Ryan Karazija, I don't know, who first released an album under that name in 2011. The globe-trotting musician finally encountered Hideo Kojima in the flesh at the release of the first Death Stranding trailer in LA. It was the meeting of two similarly creative minds, and after being contracted initially to provide sound effects, he was eventually asked to record a version of Easy Way Out, especially for the second trailer. Cool. Alright. What's the email? See, there's like a lot of Peter Englert emails. Mountain Knot. Just some useful. I'll read them on my own time. But I will read you guys the Peter Englert emails after I do this. So let's go! Yeah! Wait. Let me get some spray. I'm gonna get my spray on. You know, maybe I should take care of these guys first. I don't know if I want to be dealing with them while carrying cargo. So that might be a good idea. I don't know. I'll just put it in the post box so that I don't lose my shit. Yeah, I'm not putting these guys through what I'm about to do. Bola gun. That might come in handy. I don't think I need these. And then once I have taken care of the Homo demons, then let's go back into traveling. Yeah. Backlight. Thermal pads. You know, I don't think I need them. And also they add some weight to me, so I'm gonna put them here in the private locker. Grenade launcher, I might need that, yeah. Sucks I only get 4 for the grenades. I wonder if they refill at a private room. You know, come to think of it, is there one here? Is there a nearby place that I can refill my shit? It's kind of... Oh, never mind. Where's my grenade launcher? I just want to put them to sleep. I'm just gonna put them to sleep. That's all. That's all I'm doing. You guys stay right there. I'm gonna be back. Wait. Before I do that, maybe it's probably better I take this guy with a bola gun. Can I? All the way here? Where'd he go? Where's he going? I can't see him. Oh, there he is. Becca. Okay. I'm not gonna get your disgusting terrorist boots. Ew. Yeah, shut up. Okay, where are the other people? Ooh, I'm really tempted to get their shit. Hold Well, to be honest, I can always come back for them. Ooh, they have a PCC. And special alloys. I'll come back for these things. I hope... Yeah, I'll just do it on my own time. I just want to get rid of them so I can pass through. There they are. Where are they? I can pick up Chiral crystals, it's fine. At least. It should be fine, it's in the post box. Right? Right? Wow, it is hard to deliver packages here. Yeah. Look at this terrain. I love it, but it sucks for delivering packages. Also, what do you have in here? Oh wait, already know. Oh. Can I get rid of that guy all the way from here with this? I don't think so. Can I? Ooh. I may have alerted him. Oh, there's another one. I didn't even see that guy. Oh, I can charge it. I'm an idiot. Oh, that's how you get them. I'm an idiot. I could have done that. I could have done that. The whole time. This whole time. I could have done that. I am an idiot. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, I could have just done that. Oh, wait. He became unconscious. Wait. Are you unconscious? Are you unconscious? Yeah, he's unconscious. I'll be coming back for you. Somehow. I hope it doesn't disappear or anything. Look, I'll be right back, okay? Calm down. There's a guy right there. I didn't know you could do that. I really should be reading the instructions. Sorry, guys. I hope it doesn't become eligible for delivery just because I left a few feet. Alright, we got two guys. Maybe I wanna get rid of this guy first. Or maybe I can go to the camp and just work my way out, because I don't think there's a lot of them in that area. Oh, there's a guy. There's a couple guys. I think it's time to whip out the grenade launcher. Let's try it. I'm probably gonna call attention to myself. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! Well, damn it. That sucked. I'm gonna have to eat this. Grenade launcher doesn't work as well as I want it to. Hematic grenades, not really. Slip grenades. Okay. So you do slip on it yourself as well. I didn't know that happened, so. I'm gonna eat this. Also some monster. Wait. How can I take this guy out? I wonder if I can put him to sleep. Can I not? Ow, 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 ow. That didn't go very well, but how's my health? It's restoring. Okay, cool. Now let's let's put a bigger capacity blood bag. I've used most of it. Let's use this then. Alright, cool. Again, not as smooth as I would have liked, but you know, whatever. There's a river right there. Now, do you guys have a vehicle? Can borrow? No? Alright. Peace out. Oh well. Ooh, a blood bag. I'm already carrying too much shit. Oh look, this guy's sleeping. Oh. Says Z's for the ones I put to sleep, which are basically. Oh! Wait. You know, I've been here before, but I didn't know there was a memory chip. Wait, I saw that logo. Where is it? I can't see it. I can't see it. Oh, there it is. What is this? Yeah. Can you guys read that? Like some kind of Easter egg? Like everything else in this game? Soutine, shattered, Shattered Soul. I don't know. What's the other book? Can't read it. Read it! Read it! I can't zoom in properly. I don't know. Whatever.
There we
Somebody will see it in the comments. You can pause it at the right moment. I don't know. Anyway, it was fun. I gotta go. Oop. Bumped into that thing. Not gonna... As much as I'd love to steal their shit right now, I'd rather have a good vehicle, but I don't see... I do not see a vehicle. So, since I'm gonna be doing this on foot, the grenade launchers don't work very well. I mean, at least for the tranquilizer. I mean, yeah, you can shoot them, sure, but the problem is like they don't... It's not... It's like they didn't go to sleep as quickly as I wanted to. Like, even within the vicinity. So I don't know, like, the area of effect. Anyway. Put this on... Offload? What are you talking about? Oh, is it the grenade launcher? Fine. What are you talking about? I didn't pick up anything. Weird. Thinking about it now. What? Why? Where are you? These are all the stuff I brought with me. It should not be telling me this. Oh. Because the thermal pads were... Right. They were attached to the suit. Problem is, I don't really need the thermal pads. But I don't have a place for them. I don't want to leave them here, to be honest. Well, I mean, I'm kind of nearby. So... I hope I make it. Oop, nope. That's not what I want you to do. Ooh, I need to go back and do some order for the chiral artist. And also, I'm gonna save. Need some new boots. Oh, come on. I'm done with the thing. You can save now. Why? Why not? Fine. Can I save now? No. Really? Fine. Also, because of that run-in, my battery is running low. Sup? Bye. I need some...
Couldn't drink another drop.
Yep. Can you save? No, you cannot. Yep. Fine. You know what? No, no, no. Don't run because it might use up battery. I don't want to use up precious battery. Alright guys, I'ma leave you and I gotta do a thing. Bye. Sorry for beating you up and shit. How do I get down there, I wonder? You know, I'm probably also gonna do like a zipline network or something. I don't really need to look into their post boxes. You know what? I can't help it. They have so much shit. Maybe I can put it in the private locker of that post box and come back for it later. But I'm running low on battery. I probably shouldn't. I'm gonna run out of battery. And plus the stuff they dropped isn't all that interesting. Is there one here? Although you know there wouldn't be because yeah, see? The chiral network only it only ends up there, so maybe there is a generator somewhere. But I can't see it because this place is not connected. So yep. Well, never mind.
Feels good.
Oh, oh, oh no! That could have been disastrous. Oh, oh, oh! Nope. Careful. Oh, what am I gonna be dealing with next? BTs. Problem is, like, I can probably deal with BTs. Oh, be quiet. I have Monster energy drink. Shut up. Whoa! Well, this is nice. You know, I'll remove. I wonder if I can refill. I should know this stuff by now. I wonder if I can refill my canteen if I'm in the water. Just so I have something to Can I refill my canteen? Provided it's not red or anything. I really need to refill my canteen. Does it refill? No? Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, refill that thing. Sorry, I need to wait. It's taking its sweet time.
You should have more faith in yourself.
Yes, I should have more faith in myself. You're right. Thanks, Sam. All right. Oh, be quiet. I had a drink of water. I'm fine. What? No low roar music? This would be the perfect time. Asylums for the... Come on. No? Nothing? Okay. Not complaining. Just saying this would be the perfect time. Not that... Like, at this point, like, what does it matter?
There we go.
I'm already copyright striked anyway. Copyright struck. I don't know. What is that? Whoa, 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 whoa. God. Careful, man. Jesus. Whoa! Yeah, it's gonna be careful because it's downhill. Also, hopefully I get more chiral bandwidth so I can go here as well. I don't know if I even need to actually go here.
There we go.
Oh, chiral crystals, nice. Asylum sport. Nope, no music. You missed your chance. This would have been a nice spot. Somebody gave me a like, a porter for my zipline. This would have been a nice place to play that sweet, sweet music. You sure? Oh man. I need to repair my ziplines. Crap. I mean, I just need to follow the river. But I don't want to get lost. One thing to know about me is I get lost fairly quickly. So... okay, let's go. Can I still not save? I would love to save. Oh! Thank you. That's all I wanted. Let's go. Miniature dinosaurs. Oh! Careful. I can't run low on battery now. I can't pick up too much shit. Except chiral crystals, cryptobiotes, those are okay. Oh, there it is! I was waiting for it! Almost Nothing featuring Okay Kaya. Okay Kaya, I don't know. It's Icelandic. Sounds like a Filipino word. Okay and Kaya, which is like okay. Well, I mean, that's not Filipino. Kaya is like well, there are two meanings, I think. So if I go... it's on the right. Then I'll just stick to the right side. Ooh. Okay, the music's nice. That's what I was waiting for. Again, at this point, it's too late to be worried about copyright strikes because this game is full of copyright strikes. So you know what? I'm just gonna enjoy it. I'm gonna enjoy the sweet, nice background music. Wait, sorry. I just want to make sure that the cargo's doing fine. Okay. Man, Sam is having a hard time with this cargo. Very nice music. Oh! Is it that one over there? Yeah, I think it's that one. Maybe I can take a shortcut. Man, I love places like this. River, silence, grass. Mostly the reason why I actually bought the game. It's very relaxing. Wow, look at that view. I haven't been able to... wow. Look at that. That looks like a ghost face if you zoom in. Yeah, let's zoom in. Yeah, you see the eyes and like the mouth. That is fucking beautiful. That is gorgeous.
Next level trust is you.
I haven't had time to just fully enjoy
Next level trust is you.
backgrounds because I've just been doing standard deliveries and all that. But this is the perfect time to just be quiet and just admire everything. And walk slowly while doing it. But not too slowly because my cargo weight will take a toll. I feel the vibrations in the controller when he's having a hard time. This is really nice. I really like this kind of. Hey,
Sam,
what's up? Yeah,
you should be nearing the old building site.
yeah, I see it.
Look for the terminal and submit your materials for processing.
Sure, no problem. This is nice. I just want to take it slow. Make it really dreamy like. I'm gonna be quiet for a bit. Oh, is the music over? Aww. I was enjoying that. And I walk slow on purpose to make it more dramatic. Am I close yet? Yeah, I would say I'm pretty close. I'm gonna put some zip lines here at some point. And if I haven't said it before, I really like features like this, and I haven't gone to Iceland yet. I'd love to go there and just admire, like, you know, plains, mountains, rivers, just grass and scenery in general. I also want to visit like the Black Beach. Is that what they call it? Oh, it's right there. Oh, it's this thing.
Just you, yourself, and me.
I thought I saw something over there. I must have imagined it. So this is the chiral relay station over here. Okay. I know I'm taking my time, but you know, it's my game, by rules. I want to just. What are you doing? It's not that. Oh, this is where you should be doing that, but you didn't do it. Or it's more of like walking in uneven terrain. I'm right here.
Sam, you need to get those materials processed in order to finish the Cairo relay.
Yeah. Bossy much? I took a screenshot. Whoa! Really? This is where you suddenly do that? Come on, man. We're already here. This is nice. Whoa! See, I'm not doing that. He can't control himself. What is this place? Look at that. Is this like an old airplane? No. Am I gonna like somehow be able to repair this? And like, let's say, keep clear. Yeah, see? Am I somehow going to bring this old thing back to life? That would be awesome. I'd like to see that. Yes, yes, please. But since we're here, why don't you have a drink? There you go. How are you doing, Lou? You good? It's just rolling around there and showing me his butt.
That's right.
You okay? We're here. Oh, he gave me a like. Alright, that's good. Okay. See, yeah, it's this. There's a terminal to activate. So I'm assuming. Yeah, I know. I'm assuming. Oh, yeah, it's repair. So I am repairing. Well, I mean, yeah, I am repairing, but I do want to see if it's gonna like. What's it gonna do? Is it gonna be like the roads where the auto pavers where it just repairs it? Just sprints it? I hope so. I wanna see it. I wanna see it. I wanna see it. How far? 3,800. Sending likes. 60 deaths and 60 birds. Oh, is that the end of episode, Hartman's episode? Nice. $200. I'm still a master deliverer. I wonder when I get to maybe it's the great deliverer.
Good job, Sam. Now
Cool.
access the terminal and bring the relay online.
Okay. Excited? You guys excited? Oh! Oh, there's 2 terminals. Look at that. I'm taking a photo. Oh no! I didn't make it. You also notice how, like from above, the chiral relay station is like shaped like a cross, sort of. Yeah, it is. Also, like the terminal has like some kind of face on it. Cool. Oh, 40,000. Chiral relays join the UCA. No one's out here. Nice. Okay, so there's a there's zip lines here, and we just need to connect them. So I don't actually need to do the entire one. Cool. Let's see. Oh, sir, there's some BTs over there. There's a. Is that a private? Oh no, that's a timefall shelter. Let's see. So, is there a private shelter or some mountains? Oh, is that like a mountain view where you can go up there? Okay. There's a happy face somewhere out there. Why?
And with that, we're all linked up.
Alright.
Once you cross the tar belt, the end will be in sight. We're this close to Emily, to America's second chance. Edgenut City awaits. The
Okay.
staff we're sending will start by building a safe house. Over time, they'll expand their operations and establish a new facility.
So they
In
will
doing
actually
so, they'll carry
repair
on
this.
the legacy of the brave souls lost to the tar. All thanks to you, Sam. Now, let's figure out how to get you across this tar belt.
Well, speaking of safe houses. Wait, so I should cross the tar belt or something? What is it? What do you what do you want me to do? Cross the tar belt? No, hold your horses. I just want to see the data. I don't like seeing exclamation points on things that I've read. I mean, yes, I will be reading them myself, but I just don't. I don't. I know I haven't read much of them, so I'll just do it in another part. Oh wait, those are just tips anyway. Memory chips. I haven't analyzed. Just a motorbike. Yeah. And then the terminal is locked. Really? Well, there's a safe house right here. Also, I need to recharge my battery anyway. Before we do anything... Oh, see, there's a zip line over there. Oh, wait. How do you do this again? Oh, can I not do memory chips like on a... Oh, I don't think I can do... Yeah, because normally it would be there. I can't do the memory chips, can I? No. Can rest in a private room to recharge my battery, which I will do. Anyway, I'm gonna cut it here and see what happens when I cross the tar belt in the next part. Let me just rest up a bit. Be right back. So, I'm just resting by the private room. And I just wanted to show this, not really like a... Wait, no, not that one. Although I do want to check if there's anything in here. No, it's the usual, just... Yeah, I think you guys have already seen this. And I haven't gotten... Haven't fixed the World War II order yet. Anyway. Or not really fixed, more like getting the S rank. Yeah, well, speaking of that, yeah, if you see right there, it's a Hartman figure with me on it. I don't know why I'm there. I guess because I'm carrying Mama. I'll take a screenshot. Oh, man, it's... Sorry, man. My thumb slipped a bit there. Oh! Did I get that? I'm about to show you. Oh, I just got... Oh, this is the Hartman statue, right? Did I get it? I don't know. Oh wait, no, those are just my games. I just want to see. Yeah, so those are the games I have. Let me see if I got... Oops. I have too much shit in the PS4. It's taking its time to load. I just want to see the screenshots if I was able to get it. I got 2 of them. That's fine. Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to show that. Then I guess show this thing in more detail. So this is a grenade launcher. I believe that's the thing I used a while ago, not the multi-rocket launcher. So... Oh, so that's what the bowler gun looks like. I never saw that before. That's a bowler gun at the bottom. Ah, Right, so that's how it. Okay. It's a grenade launcher. That's the. Right there. The multi rocket launcher. Look at this thing. God, it's huge. What? Explosive. Oh, okay, explosive word. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know if I'm gonna get more stuff that's gonna be on this rack. I don't know if are those all the weapons or do I get more? No clue. Anyway, just wanted to show that and the Hartman figure, which they normally show up on the table and then eventually they show up here on the figures. Right. So yeah, I'll go ahead and cut to me crossing the tar belt. I don't know if I'm gonna do some stuff before that, but I'll just cut back to the tar belt part. Hey, hey guys, went out, took a break, rested in a private room, and also in real life. So here's another memory chip. Ooh, looks like Genji from Overwatch. While ninjas may have been operatives whose chief purpose was to go unnoticed, Kawasaki Ninja was designed to do anything but. Quickly becomes a symbolic superhero of Japanese motorcycles, and fans all over the world knew it for its superlative use of the technology of the time. True to its name, the Ninja was a free agent that thought outside the box, and its supercharged engine meant it was blessed with skills and techniques unavailable to mere mortals. It's like beloved porters who also like to think outside the box, enabling them to mix up their order sheet with collection missions and lost cargo collections in addition to standard deliveries. Again, just Easter eggs. So, you know, I have been curious to read more uh, stuff here. So, there is something I've been curious about. Wait. Lucy's, yes. I don't have all of them yet, but Lucy's report. So we know uh, this is Sam's wife or ex. Well, not really ex-wife. I don't know what happened, but I know she died while with their child Lou. So I am curious to read this report. Void out in the satellite town of UCA 01002 near Central Knot City. Writer, no. UCA 01032 has been wiped off the map by void out, leaving nothing but an enormous crater. So this is what happened with Sam's family, or Lucy. Uh, okay, terrorism was suspected at first. Oh, sorry. Has been wiped off the map by void out, leaving nothing but an enormous crater. Terrorism was suspected at first, but the investigation spearheaded by Bridges quickly ruled out the possibility and eventually concluded that the cause was the corpse of a civilian which had been left to necrotize unnoticed in an urban residential area. The deceased was Lucy Strand. Tragically, she was also 7 months pregnant. The child had already been named Lou. Cause of death was ruled a drug overdose, possibly intentional. Hmm. Oh, that's curious, though that remains unconfirmed at this time. Surveillance data was sent to Bridges HQ for analysis, but the results were inconclusive. Lucy's husband Sam Strand had been away for some time and became concerned when he was unable to contact his wife. Though he attempted to return home, the void out was triggered immediately after his arrival. Being a repatriate, Sam was the sole survival of the blast. As the deceased was the wife of a prominent member of Bridges, So he died here and then he came back. Who himself is the son of President Strand. Okay, public support for the organization suffered. Many criticized the crisis management team's handling of the situation as well as the priorities of the organization and President Strand herself. Some believe that Sam Strand. Oh, sorry. Alright. Some believe that Sam Strand was involved with his wife's death and that he should be held to account. While both the administration and Bridges adamantly defended him for a time, public pressure continued to mount. In a gesture his co-workers suspect was his way of taking responsibility, Sam Strand resigned from Bridges. And then his current whereabouts are unknown and becomes a porter, I guess, after. Interesting. Report 2. I don't have all the reports. Who, Lucy, where? Unknown. So this is something Lucy wrote. 2368. There are a bunch of them missing. Progress has been slow, but Sam has finally started to open up to me. What's Lucy's job? However, his recollection of early childhood is confusing. Did it say what his job was? Because I don't know. It didn't really say. His recollection of early childhood is confused and contradictory. He has difficulty distinguishing between genuine memories and reoccurring dreams. Sam even claims to have met his stepsister, Amelie, on the beach several times while quite young. An impossible claim to say the least. I'm only a little older than Sam. Okay, she's older. But I was born before the Death Stranding. A fact that tends to affect the way we think about the beach. In my profession, so is she a psychologist? Psychiatrist? In my professional opinion, the beach is a figment of our collective imagination, a shared delusion. But people born later are more likely to take its existence as a given. I wonder if they find comfort in the belief because it helps to explain phenomena like BTs and repatriates exam. Similarly, my theory is that Sam's manufactured childhood memories of the beach are his way of coping with the fact that neither Emily nor Bridget spent much time with him. Huh. I believe this is also the reason he still clings to the dream catcher Emily gave him even now. As an adult, you could call it his security blanket. It may also be the key to overcoming his there's the word I can't pronounce, aphenphosphobia. Yeah, aphenphosphobia. Okay. Oh. If Sam were to emotionally distance himself from Amelie, it might reduce his resistance to physical intimacy. Huh. I will propose this approach to him in our next session. Oh. She might be. Oh, sorry, hold on guys. I just need to take care. We'll continue. So I guess next is report 3. Okay, let's continue. Sorry. Okay, report 3. So this is again Lucy. I'm beginning to suspect she's like some psychiatrist. I don't know if it was ever mentioned, but... Oh, psychotherapist. There it is. I see it. Okay. It came as no surprise, but Sam was unreceptive to my suggestion and rejected my assessment of his relationship with Amelie. Okay, so that was firm number 2. Sorry, it's still incomplete. I don't know how to get the rest of it. He asserted that he is not dependent on her or Bridget, and even went so far as to question my credentials as a psychotherapist. There it is, so that's how they met. His pronounced resistance to the idea only serves as further evidence of his dependency. Nevertheless, there is little I can do if Sam isn't willing to explore the possibility, other than continue to share my observations in hope that he eventually changes his mind. For the time being, I've decided to focus instead on Sam's feelings towards Bridges and his place within the organization. Given that it was founded to support and protect his adoptive mother, and that the other core members have dooms like he does, I think there is something to be gained from the discussion. His growing his growing responsibilities within Bridges due to their expanding mandate and his abilities as a repatriate surely put him under greater pressure, and I wonder if his enthusiasm for their mission was sincere. Based on our time spent together thus far, I believe he may have embraced his role because it helped him to cope with feelings of isolation. That he pledged himself to an impossible endeavor because it was preferable to living and dying alone. Okay? 6. I guess I'll just read 4 and 5 next time. I decided to share with Sam my working theory regarding his condition. I was prepared for some resistance, but the intensity of his anger was surprising. He glared at me as he reframed my assessment as wild speculation that he had been brainwashed by a cult. Huh. It was the first time I'd managed to coax from him such powerful emotional response. While I found it a little frightening, I did my best to remain professional, welcoming the breakthrough. The reduction in the distance between us. Okay, the reduction in the distance between us. That was how I presented myself, but in retrospect, a part of me was delighted by his aggressive response. Sam stated that he is a repatriate. I challenged him and said that repatriation was nothing more than a fiction used to explain the phenomenon of near-death experiences. I wonder if this is all in his head. Oh my god! One that makes use of the equally fictional beach. Emboldened, I pressed him further until I finally told him to snap out of it, to renounce his fantasies about the other side. For an instant, I thought he might explode in anger again, but instead he grew quiet and after a long moment rose to his feet and left the room without saying another word. I fear I may have pushed him too hard. I don't know who to believe anymore. Oh god. 8. A few days after the incident in my office. What in? Oh, I don't know. That's number 7. A few days after the incident in my office, I tendered my resignation. A classic case of counter-transference, a therapist getting emotionally involved with their client. And there was no way my professional pride would permit me to continue working. I felt guilty, of course. There's a permanent shortage of therapists, and many of my clients will struggle to find help elsewhere. But after what happened with Sam, I didn't see any other option. To be honest, I've already come to terms with it. What I'm doing for Sam more than makes up for it. I'd never normally use this word, but I really do believe his aphanphosphobia has been cured. I mean, because Lucy's been the only one to be able to do that. He's shown so much progress that, absent an extremely traumatic experience, I doubt his symptoms will ever return. To my surprise, the president didn't have any problems with our relationship. If anything, she was pleased. I suppose this means I'll soon be joining the Strand family together with this new life growing inside of me. Oh, okay. Something happened in 7. That or report 7 might be more of their relationship together. Huh. Makes me question if the entire thing is even real now. Or I guess BTs or the Death Stranding seems to be real, but the repatriation, I don't know. Or maybe she thinks it's fake, but it's true. And the beach. Collective imagination, a shared delusion. Huh. So maybe the beach isn't real? Or maybe she's taking, Lucy's taking it like in that concept, but maybe it is an actual dimension. But she thinks it's just a collective imagination. But BT seem to be actual things. Says like repatriates like Sam, but then she doesn't believe in repatriation, so what? This is a little confusing. Huh. Oh. It's, it's a little confusing now. There's another journal, unknown mass journal. So I'm guessing BTs are real, maybe even the beach, or like maybe it's imagination of like Lucy is interpreting this as not real. Maybe it is not real, and like some of this is mostly from Sam's head. Hmm. Unknown man's journal. Well, this is more complete. Let's read this. Today, I made a delivery to a shelter near Middle Knot City. It was my longest trip to date, a new personal best. Back when I was starting out, people tried to warn me of the life, saying it was dangerous for prepper youngins to make runs, and that no one would ever really trust me. But what was I supposed to do? Kids without parents need to eat too, and it's not like I had any skills. 2 arms, 2 legs, whole lot of grit, that's all I had to offer. Worked out okay so far. I bring people what they need, and in return, they do right by me. The more deliveries I make, the more orders I get. Never a porter around when you need one. So as long as you don't fuck up too badly, someone ought to throw you a bone. Helps that I've got a sixth sense for BTs too. Pretty rare. That is probably one of the reasons why I get so much work. Sometimes people praise me, tell me I'm doing society a service by helping my fellow man. Can't say that factors into it. I'd sooner keep to myself if I could. Is this Sam? Hmm. But I've got to survive somehow, and I sure as hell ain't gonna manage by myself. Is this like after? Another prepper's kicked the bucket. I went to deliver his medicine as usual this morning, but I guess I was pretty damn late. Poor guy wasn't just dead, but on the verge of going necro. Wasn't no time to take him, or maybe this the veteran porter. I don't know. Wasn't no time to take him to an incinerator, so I had to dump him in nearby BD territory. Better than leaving him to pop, especially since my own shelter is close by. Gotta look out for number one. I mean, it would be weird that all of these interviews were like imaginations, and then suddenly Lucy's report is real. And also, Lucy did mention that BTs are an actual thing, so the Death Stranding, so those are actual things. But which are Sam's imaginations, I wonder? Hmm. When I dumped him though, just before he popped, it was like I could feel the BTs reacting to the corpse. Saw the beach too. Strangest thing, but I'd felt it before when I first disposed of someone. Sensation was stronger this time, though no doubt about at it. Don't know if this means I've got dooms, but I'm starting to think there's something special about me. A delivery outfit out west heard tell of my BT sensing abilities and has expressed an interest in bringing me on board. Seems they operate outside Bridges. Or is this Higgs? Seems they operate outside Bridges' sphere of influence, and maybe. And They want to leverage my experience and know how to expand their operation. Could be interesting. It's funny. I started making runs out of necessity to stay alive, but that's all changed. I'm an altruist now. I live to help other people. Preppers around these parts rely on me. Hell, they wouldn't last 5 minutes without me. What would my daddy say if he could see me now? He taught me man's his own keeper, but here I am, part of a community, working with other people, bringing the world together. Daddy always told me that the wide, wide world was dangerous. That we had to stay in our shelter, spend our whole life there, die there. Well, fuck that. Community's what it's all about. I wonder if this is Higgs, or not veteran Porter or Sam. Buddy of mine died today. He was out in the mountains on a delivery, and it was so goddamn foggy. I guess he lost sight of the trail. He called me asking for help, but then the line went dead. I saw the void out from here. Nearly blinded me. Guess he wandered into BT territory. There's too many of us porters. So we know BTs are real in this world, and the Death Stranding is an actual thing, even the beach. But it's like the whole repatriation that I don't know about since because of Lucy's report. Or maybe it's true and maybe she just doesn't believe it. Hmm. There's not many of us porters left these days, not many you could trust to get the job done. Anyway, so mules, folks quitting or dying going mule. Okay, mules are true. Attrition's a bitch. If we're to keep on, we're gonna need better equipment. And someone else who can track BTs. I can still manage sometimes, but my power's getting weaker. I can feel it just wishing you what to do. Cause at this rate, I'm fucked. We all are. 5. Ha and Ka, body and soul, the two become separated. You die in this world at least. Death ain't the end though, so long as your soul's got a body to come back to. So it is true to come back to the whole Death Stranding and the soul. You can be reborn, resuscitated anyway. That's why people built coffins in sarcophagi, huh? Okay, to preserve the body so the soul had a home it could return to. I learned all this and more from an old book I found, The Wisdom of the Egyptians. Holy shit, is this Higgs? It's sounding more and more like Higgs. Because he has the whole Egyptian look. So, maybe he was a porter? Hmm. The Wisdom of the Egyptians, chock full of interesting tidbits about death and how to overcome it. Like the golden death mask of the pharaohs. Oh, yeah, this might actually be Higgs. The ones decorated using magical adornments as an indication of the wearer's prestige and power. Tell you what, if we've learned anything from beaches, that the Egyptians had it all figured out. That's why that's why I've decided to give myself a mask. Not a death mask though, but one for living, for ruling. Today's the last day anyone sees my face. Ah, this is Higgs. So that's when he. Oh, okay. I guess he turned after that. Hmm. A Bridges Way station out west got taken out by terrorists. He used the void outs to do it. They dumped a corpse nearby and let it go necro, dropping BTs right in people's laps. Word is demons heard that Bridges was sending an expeditionary force out west to facilitate the reconstruction of America. Hmm. Or some such. Guess they didn't take kindly to that. Terrorists, separatists, isolationists, all these folks claim America's coming for their freedom, that the old guard wants to put them in chains, make the individual subservient to the collective. They ask what's it all for in a post-stranding world when today's triumph is tomorrow's greater. Daddy, huh? Daddy used to spout the same tired line, said America never did nothing for nobody. That's why we took to living in a shelter. Better down in the hole than out here under their thumb. Yeah, he was a real saint, my daddy. Tried to run a few times, but he just dragged me back inside, kicking and screaming. Where he'd put those heavy hands of his to work to remind me what happened if I did his authority. Okay, so he got beat up. That's love, isn't it? His way of looking after an orphan child he raised as his own. He was only trying to protect me from the evils of the outside world. Oh, in my life and powers too. Ooh. So, yeah, we saw how he got his abilities. And again, he's like a Dooms level 7, was it? First time I ever sensed a BT was when I held him moments before he went necro. Just like when I dumped that prepper's body. Oh, my daddy showed me that corpses are precious, powerful things. They're so much more than bombs. Terrorists ought to treat them with proper respect. Oh. Journal 7. I've had a team up with a bunch of porters who serviced the central part of the country. Had to be done. The writing was on the wall for my crew otherwise. And guess what? Their leaders got dooms. I've got a feeling we're gonna be good friends. Oh, wait. is this Fragile Express. Okay, demons and terrorists have been getting more aggressive ever since the Bridges expedition team set out. As if BDs and mules weren't enough, now we've got to keep our eyes peeled for those assholes, and we're making runs. When we're making runs, all the more reason we've got to come together, get organized. Me and my new partner, we've been talking about consolidating our operations so we can cover the whole continent. If we do, I suppose that'd make us like the UCA. They're trying, maybe they were trying to build their own. It's like UCA in some respects. Different structure and methods, but similar ideology. A deep and abiding belief in the importance of community. But the devil's in the details, isn't it? Rule structures can't just let people make decisions for themselves. And therein lies risk. Can't have us repeating the sins of the past with another USA. And demons, well, they ain't about to think for themselves. At the end of the day, a community needs a strong leader, and God's honest truth is that I'm the only one. Oh, and then he takes over demons. Ha. Okay. 8. The rumors I'd heard about my new partner's powers don't do her yep, this is definitely Higgs that's fragile. Do her justice. I know she had dooms. I knew she had dooms, but she's on a whole other level. I tell you, I've never seen anything like it. Not only can she perceive BTs, but she can actually use the beach. Teleportation. Compared to hers, my powers are nothing. Power tricks courtesy of a few corpses, but doesn't matter, not so long as I've got her. Before we met, I was bound by the limitations of my abilities. I was a blind man groping for shadows of a secret realm. But now, because of her, I can actually go to the beach. The beach. With her by my side, I can reshape this world, not into what it was with the old USA, not like what Bridges wants. Something new, something everlasting right here and now. A world where we are free to do whatever we goddamn please. Oh. So he's like I think he's trying to make almost like a world of the dead kinda America or something like that, because he wants to kill more people, void outs. It's like he's making that kind of army. My partner's powers are extraordinary, sure, but deep down I know the two of us alone don't have what it takes to bring true, lasting freedom to the people. Everything we've done, that we continue to do, no matter how much it may seem to bring people together, it's still a far cry from the way it should be. Timefall, BTs, Chiral clouds, all this and more serves to cut us from the rest of creation, and I have to say I don't think that's ever going to change. Even with people like me and my partner, we have our limits. But now we met someone who has none. Who? Someone who could save the world from this madness, make it whole again, put our shattered pieces back together. But then, is this Sam? But then Sam is just level 2, like he said. He wouldn't be that unless he sees something. Well, that's Lucy's and possibly Higgs' report. Unknown man. Those are just others. I think I've read some of these Die Hardmans. Well, let's read it. Bridges' primary objective is to rebuild America, and in order to rebuild, one of our main tasks is to reconnect cities and other settlements by reestablishing a delivery network. Excuse me. Sorry. Back before the Death Stranding, the comms and delivery networks were what held society together. The whole thing was automated. AI managed deliveries these are just the mules carried out by drone. The belief was that taking people out of the equation would revolutionize the entire system. But things didn't quite pan out that way. Instead, we started seeing cases of what would eventually be dubbed drone syndrome. It was too much for some folks to accept. leaving everything to machines and nothing for the common man. And indeed, the oxytocin deficiency and hormonal imbalances was we confirmed seemed to back up that assessment. Humanity needed to be part of the process, so laws were put in place, and we stepped back into the picture again. And then what happened? It's just yellow. All the people put out of work by machines who got called up again convinced themselves society couldn't survive without them. And that brought on a whole new disorder, delivery dependence syndrome, they called it. When the Death Stranding tore us apart, it is an actual event. The delivery problem spiraled even further. It wasn't helped any by the fact that chiral clouds prevented planes and drones from flying, which meant we had to go back to relying completely on human couriers, whether we liked it or not. Eventually, delivering goods became all some lived for. They were obsessed, addicted, fueled by the desire to deliver. Over time, they turned into the mules we know and love today. Okay, so that's mules. Humanity's biggest problem, logistics. War and famine have been inescapable parts of human life since the rise of our species. And while the fall of America hasn't changed this fundamental truth, it's fair to say that these issues aren't pressing concerns. Can you remember the last time you heard of a prepper dying of starvation, much less someone in a not city? No one's fighting over water or oil or anything else, which isn't to say that people don't occasionally run out of supplies, but that's almost never because of a real shortage. It's usually a problem with logistics. Okay. In fact, it was to address such problems that the president created bridges and developed the Chiral network. Okay. Where was I? Oh yeah. So yeah, no one's that desperate. Everybody's got enough for themselves, which is what's led to the real problem. It's all too easy for people to become isolated from one another and eventually forget that others even exist. People are free to live for themselves for the moment without a care for the future. The president understood this better than anyone, and I know just how much it pained her. Chiral network experiments between Central and Capital 1. Madam President, this will be your new office from who died where Capital? Okay, so it was sent to her. Madam President, this will be your new office from today. The relocation of your official residence has also been completed, and the entire medical team has been brought along as well. Rest assured that information regarding this move has been shared on a need-to-know basis only. I understand that following the loss of New York, you wish to direct the reconstruction efforts from Central, not City. In light of recent separatist activity on the eastern seaboard, we no longer consider it safe. We will see to it that the people continue to believe you're in Central, and Bridges HQ will operate as normal. As per your orders, the network research teams and delivery systems management have all been covertly transferred here to Capital Knot City. Okay? We're doing our utmost to expedite testing of the chiral network link between Central and Capital, while not neglecting your immediate medical needs, of course. This will be our base of operations for the next stage in the fight to rebuild America. Chiral network experiments between Central and Capital 2. Madam President, I'm happy to report that trial run was a success. Connection between Central and Capital was established without incident. No chiral spikes or other irregularities. The Cupid functioned within acceptable parameters as well. There's still a lot of work to do. Chiral holograms, printing, data recovery have yet to be proven viable. But the confirmation that data can be sent via the chiral network is a huge step forward for the UCA. Our next step will be to use Cupids to establish connections with the other cities. Preparations for the second expedition are already underway. We're still trying to track Sam down. Oh, so they were just doing this before Sam. Okay. But as soon as he's back with us, he'll be given his new command. Okay. Mules and local porters were, when people hear mules, they think junkies driven crazy by desire to steal supplies we so desperately need to survive. Lucky for us, not all countries are predisposed to this condition. Not all mules, in fact. There were professionals once, and some still are. Some even complete proper deliveries from time to time. Fragile Express has been known to use them along with independent porters. For those at risk of losing it, they say that the only way to stave off the syndrome is to join a distro organization with strong leadership and support to help keep you on the straight and narrow. Or you can strike out on your own, but that's no easy path. There's a reason guys who run solo have a reputation for being bulletproof. Symbiotic surveillance society. Hmm. In the world where before the Stranding, the online service industry was huge, possibly the biggest of them all. People wanted their lives to be smooth and stress-free. Countless companies were happy to oblige. Customers would provide information about themselves, browsing history, purchasing history. It's like about the internet, that kind of thing. And in return, they'd get a pleasant, personalized internet experience. Okay. It wasn't anything like the dystopian surveillance state people used to worry about in the 20th century. Predictive advertising, customized health tips, that sort of thing. Huh. The internet transformed our lives and in many ways for the better, but not everyone was happy. People started to worry that it was encroaching on people's freedoms. At the price we paid for so much convenience was constant monitoring and an abdication of control. We had become members of a symbiotic surveillance society. Naturally, there are people who have similar concerns about the chiral network. That's a pretty sizable faction that wants nothing to do with it whatsoever. That said, I can't help but feel they're being naive. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Connectivity and convenience have to come at a price. What's more, the stakes are a whole lot higher nowadays. We're not talking about a simple trade-off between privacy and convenience. It's the network or bust, survival or extinction as far as humanity is concerned. Like secrete oxytocin. Before the Stranding, the whole world was connected. There were networks, social networks we call them, that people used to communicate all the time. You shared all sorts of stuff through them, a random thought, a pretty picture, a whole movie, you name it. And if you liked something that someone else had uploaded, you let them know by giving them, well, a like. Sounds weird, I know, but that's the truth. Eventually, someone ran tests on the users of these networks and discovered that receiving a like triggered a rush of oxytocin. Okay. The theory was that it stemmed from a sense of being acknowledged, even though, yeah, Kojima is just really ripping through the whole social media thing. Even though you couldn't see the person you were interacting with, it still felt like they were accepting you, praising you, and who wouldn't like that? But that same process is at the heart of the mule phenomenon. It's believed that an over-dependence on the oxytocin rush, provided by these kinds of interactions is a factor in porters going rogue. Porters going rogue. With this in mind, it wouldn't be wrong to characterize mules as oxytocin addicts. In essence, they're social animals at the mercy of validation. Huh. That's what the mules are. So what, they're just doing this for likes? Okay. Situation after the first Death Stranding incident. There was a series of huge explosions. Well, not so much as years, they were simultaneous worldwide. The global comms infrastructure was shot to hell, but we salvaged what we could, tried to make sense of what had happened. It didn't seem like much at the time, but it was hell of a lot better than what we have now. Anyway, the government figured the whole thing was a terrorist attack at first. We'd been dealing with a lot of those back then, but it didn't take long to see that this was something else. Craters left by the blast were bizarre. There was no rubble, no dust even, which led, no dust even, which led the scientists to rule our meteor strikes, to rule out meteor strikes. There was trace neutron radiation, alpha rays, but we knew it wasn't nukes either. Some of the particles we detected we'd never even seen before, chiralium, although we didn't know it at the time. So this like pre-Death Stranding, yeah. The more we studied them, the more scientists came to the same conclusion. These were the results of annihilation events. It was right about that time that chiral clouds started to form, and after that, all communication with the outside world went down for good. So chiralium also affects the airwaves. The terrorist view of bridges. The first expedition set off without any problems. Both the advance party and the rear guard are en route to the west coast as we speak. They haven't reported any trouble with terrorists and the like yet, but the further out they get, the greater the danger. There's a hell of a lot of separatists out there who want nothing to do with the UCA. Some more extreme than others, perhaps, but there's no denying where they stand. Uh, Seems like just yesterday it was only ideological differences, strongly held opinions at worst, but then Chiralium started messing with people's heads, turning extremists into demons, mules into gestalt, and debate into violence. And now we're headed west into their territory. Okay, invaders coming for their freedom. They're waiting for us, minds made up and guns in hand. Amelie and the others aren't looking for a fight. She's going to try to talk sense to people, convince them to join us. If all the cities sign on, our nation could rise again. No one wants to take anything from these people and only give them back what was lost. If only they could understand that. Okay. Bridge babies. Okay. 1 year ago. Look, I'm kind of new here at Bridges, so I don't know if any of these will be useful to you. Still, I'm happy to talk about BBs, if that's what you want. They call me Dead Man on account of my familiarity with the dead. Get it? We've always been on good terms, you see. Used to have regular little chats back when I worked in the morgue. Anyway, that's also the reason I work on BB maintenance and research. To learn more about those who are no longer with us. But I digress. Fact is, BBs were already being issued to our forces in the field before I joined Bridges. What's more, research into the little guys had already been conducted long, long ago, but no one took the plunge and put what they've discovered to practical use. Still, what that did mean is that when Bridges wanted to build our own BBs, most of the work has already been done for us. We just needed to follow the instruction manual. Okay. So to speak, which isn't to say that we have any idea how they work. Not how they can detect BTs or how they can connect this world to the other side. We still have much to learn about our little friends, but one thing is certain, their continued study will lead us to a greater understanding of the stranding and of life and death itself. That much I can assure you. Well, I think that's about all I have to tell you today. Hopefully I'll have something to share. Okay. BB echolocations. Echolocation. Dolphins use a sensory mechanism known as echolocation to keep track of both their fellow pod members and any potential prey. As the name suggests, they produce sounds which bounce off objects and return as echoes, allowing them to get an idea of their surrounding. Interesting and of itself, of course. But what I find far more interesting is the recent research suggesting that BBs use a similar method to detect BTs. As you know, BB pods are designed to mimic the conditions inside a human womb and are key to preserving the BB's connections with this world and the next. Well, recent research now suggests that BBs are capable of producing something not unlike a dolphin's sound waves. These pulses travel through the amniotic fluid and out the other side, bounce off BTs. Okay. And return as echoes, allowing a BB to ascertain the location of threats. Pretty okay. Interesting. Fear as pleasure. Whether they realize it or not, the people of our fallen nation suffer greatly as a result of the separation and isolation we all must endure. That's why oxytocin supplementation is so vital. However, not all of us require to survive. In fact, recent studies have shown something very interesting indeed. An increase in the number of people who regard fear not as a stressful experience to be avoided, but a pleasurable one to be sought out. In humans, the amygdala regulates the emotional responses to fear and pleasure-inducing stimuli. Some scientists theorize that because these contradictory emotions are processed by the same region, we may have the capacity to convert one into the other. Conversely, were the two governed by different parts of the brain, hold on. Conversely, were the two governed by different parts of the brain, such a transformation would be impossible. In an age when threats such as BTs, timefall, and terrorism abound, could the ability to experience fear as pleasure serve as a useful mutation, an adaptation even? I don't see why not. Okay. No blue in the inverted rainbow. I think I may have read this before. We humans are complex multicellular organisms, 60 trillion cells inside each one of us. How many of these cells need to die for us to consider a person dead? Are there any cells in particular which determine whether a person is alive or dead? These questions are academic, of course. Exact point of death can't be calculated using cell counts. On the other hand, no one can deny the existence of degenerative diseases that gradually destroy more and more cells, leaving their victim effectively half dead. And what about me? Most of my organs have been harvested from other people. They still work, of course, but could their original owner have been said to be alive? I really don't know. Incidentally, have you ever heard of a fun little experiment they once did with roundworms called C. elegans? Creatures are notable for glowing bright blue when exposed to UV light, but only when they die. It seems to be a reaction from the anthranilic acid within the organisms and is known as death fluorescence. Yep, that's right, blue is very much the color of death, it seems. Can it therefore really be a coincidence that there's no blue in an inverted rainbow? Timefall strengthens an area's connection to the beach. This is something to do with chiral particles becoming excited, I believe, in spaces connected to the beach. Electromagnetic waves with a blue wavelength can travel easily through the scene, leaking out onto the beach. Some people think that's where the blue from the inverted rainbow goes. To the beach. Who knows? The fact that blue has a strong connection to death, though, that much seems pretty inarguable. This is mostly Hartman. I know I've read a lot of these, but I can't remember when I started reading these. Wait, hold on. I'll continue with this. I'll probably read Hartman's. Okay, so I guess let's read Hartman's. Timefall. Okay, so Timefall was first recorded when the Death Stranding occurred. And despite all the years that have passed since then, we're no closer to understanding how or why it accelerates the passage of time for the objects and organisms it touches. Or why... Sorry, I mean... or why it immediately turns to ordinary water having done so. Some researchers have gone as far as to posit this process as stealing time. As for why timefall is observed only in certain places, all that we know for certain is that it is somehow affected by local chiral connections. This is merely a hunch, but something in me suspects that the Death Stranding may have warped our perception of the passage of time. Huh. Okay, so I guess more chiral concentrations than only in that area. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, you understand. We humans can conceive of our own deaths and even of the possibility of a place beyond death. Yes, we have the capacity to conceptualize the future, an evolutionary advantage which aided our development as a species. Well, what if Timefall has given us a new supercharged version of this essential ability? one that will take us to the next stage of our evolution. Perhaps we wouldn't need to hole ourselves up in the knot cities. Perhaps in time, Death Stranding will come to be seen as the phenomenon that saved our species. Hmm. Exciting thoughts, I'm sure you agree. Everyone can't wait to set foot on our journey. Who knows what awaits us? Hmm. He's almost becoming a little bit pro Death Stranding here. Oh boy, I don't know who to trust anymore. What if there was a bit of a pause with the whole Higgs thing? If you remember, like when Sam kind of mentioned Higgs at some point when they were talking in the office, like he kind of paused, like, what if he's working with Higgs? I don't know. They're just theories, so I don't know. Maybe not. Necrosis and the ancient Egyptian view of life and death. The Egyptians believed that we humans were composed of two elements, the Ha and the Ka. Oh wait, I think I read this before. I think. Body and soul. Okay. I think I did read this. Anyway, I'll just read it. Believe that we humans were composed of two elements, the Ha and the Ka, body and soul. Various texts expound upon their nature in detail, but perhaps it is simplest to conceive of them as follows. The soul is that which joins with the child in the womb and gives life to the body. It is also that which departs the body upon death. Ergo, the body is simply a vessel. Okay? I think that's the Ha. Should the soul return to it, it will live again. This is precisely what is observed in near-death experiences, a soul separated, albeit briefly, from its body. Egyptians believe death not to be an instantaneous change of state, but a process by which the soul moves from one realm to another. Okay, so I guess you die per realm, then you just go to the next. Ha, I think Ha is the body. Okay, but the Ka just keeps moving. Okay. But this process itself is changed thanks to the Death Stranding. In the normal order of things, when death occurs, the soul vacates the body and passes into the seam. From there, it transitions to the beach and only then onto the world of the dead. But after the stranding, a soul that has already made its journey to the beach may attempt to return to its body in this world. So it tries to go back. Yeah. It was hard to believe at first, but the process of necrosis provided proof of this phenomenon that was difficult to deny. This is why it is imperative that we burn the bodies of the dead. Body must be destroyed to sever the link with the soul. Only then will the soul be free to journey to the world beyond. Wait, already know this because that's why we needed to burn that body. Chiral symmetry. Word chiral comes from the Greek chair, meaning hand. Okay, compare your left with your right. They seem similar in both sides and shape. Yes. Now, face your palms away from you and place one hand over the other. Yeah, we know this part. I think their shapes do not overlap exactly, but place your palms together and voila, a match. It is as if one hand is the mirror image of the other. But again, if you were to actually compare the mirror image of your hand to itself, we would see that the two are not identical. This is the essence of chirality, the state in which the mirror image of a shape does not match the original. It has been theorized that BTs are mirror images of ourselves. Were we to exist in the same point in time and space, our shapes, as it were, would not overlap neatly onto one another, save in reflection. And when our particles meet their opposites, a void out occurs. A new form of communication we have devised utilizes speeches, which are akin to mirrors reflecting this world and the other, hence the term chiral network. That's how the chiral network works. Chiralium You would like to know more about Curlum? Well, we wouldn't we all. I am happy to present latest theories, so you must be aware that this is all that they are, theories. So again, Carillium, like dark matter, was born along with our universe and has existed ever since. I wonder if Carillium is dark matter. But no, he's saying it's like dark matter, but it's not. Just not in a dimension we were able to perceive. Okay, so until now, it is the beach that gives us access to that dimension, and with it, knowledge of Carillium's existence. I think the beach does exist, but Lucy doesn't believe in it. Just again, theory. Not just knowledge of it, of course. We have since observed it coalescing into crystalline form and recorded measurable physical and mental effects on individuals exposed to it. Now, I also wonder if chiralium crystals are different on the beach, but it becomes like gold-like uh, in our dimension in this story. So maybe it's not gold because we go to the beach, we look at it, but we don't see chiralium. Or do we? I can't remember, but I don't think we really see it like just everywhere. So maybe it's their dark matter in the beach. You can't see it, but once you go to our world, you can, and it looks like gold. Oh, I don't know. Just again theorizing. Recorded measurable physical and mental effects on individuals exposed to it, which makes me wonder: what if dark matter from our world goes into the beach? What does it become? Hmm. Uh, it has reshaped our understanding of reality and proven instrumental in the formulation of the multiverse theory of beaches. Okay. Chiral matters is not affected by the passage of time. As far as these particles are concerned, none has elapsed since the Big Bang. Little wonder they escaped our notice for so long until man and BTs first came together in Void Out and left nothing but chiralium in their wake. Many of these claims are yet to be verified, but I believe that this is a fair summary of the scientific community's current consensus on the matter. No pun intended. I shall soon be heading west with the first expedition, and I look forward to learning more about chiralium and its connections to the beach along the way. Okay. Sorry. Chiral contamination 1. And these are all 3 years ago. Chiral contamination is the result of prolonged exposure to chiral radiation, which is emitted by chiralium. Now, I wonder if also dark matter has radiation in the beach. Is the result of prolonged exposure to chiral radiation, which is emitted by chiralium. Okay, yeah, we know substance discovered at the same time as the beach. Prolonged exposure can significantly impact physical and mental health. The effects are not dissimilar from those observed in individuals exposed to extremely high levels of stress, levels which can be fatal even. Such traumatic experiences can alter hormonal secretions, impair immune response, contribute to heart failure, and induce strokes. Most common symptom of chiral contamination is poor sleep quality due to vivid nightmares. Okay. If left unchecked, however, it can quickly progress a more advanced stage in which the aforementioned issues may be observed. The potential impact on an individual's mental health cannot be understated. The resulting hormonal imbalances frequently lead to heightened destructive impulses towards the self and others. Those dominated by such urges are named homo demons, right? The mad ones. So, in the case of some porters, such as mules, impaired memory and judgment has led them to develop an irrational obsession with their profession, hence the homo gestalt moniker. Okay. Homo demons in the mules. Oh, yeah. Mules are called homo gestalt. Okay, I didn't know that. While it should be feasible and preferable for most individuals to avoid chiral contamination at all costs, there are those with a demonstrated resistance who need not be so cautious. I speak, of course, of doom sufferers, so that's why exam is okay. Uh, I guess Hartman is also fine. Okay. Chiral contamination 2. Chiral contamination can be alleviated using similar methods to those used to alleviate stress, increasing oxytocin secretion, so that's why we deliver oxytocin secretion through contact with other people, administering smart drugs, and so forth. Like sin, right? I think I read this. In recent years, however, a hormone dubbed like sin, known to mitigate the effects of chiral contamination while also restoring basic physical and mental acuity, has attracted a great deal of attention from the scientific community. Unlike oxytocin, lyxin cannot be administered externally. It is secreted within the body. Okay, but in a response to external stimuli, it is said to be the hormone principally responsible for the positive feelings that occur when one achieves a goal, enjoys success, receives praises or gratitude, or any other form of like from a fellow human being. Discovery of the beaches and the concept of death. Okay. With the with the discovery of the beach, the fundamental truth of death was appended that we will find many who would deny this. Alas, we can say little with confidence in any objective or scientific capacity, for our understanding of this new realm remains in its infancy and is ever evolving. Much like our understanding of the universe as a whole, perhaps the closest thing we have to a working explanation of the beach relates to the conception of a multiverse, but I digress. Beach is arguably both a concept and a reality. A discrete beach is influenced by the mind of the associated individual and therefore linked to them irrevocably. This is why we have so energetically pursued the psychological, psychoanalytical, and neuroscientific angles when attempting to create a unified theory of the Death Stranding, the beach, and related phenomena. So this makes me wonder where Lucy, maybe because she's approaching it too much from a psychological standpoint, since she is a psychotherapist, so she doesn't maybe believe in it. But I think it is an actual thing here. But for Hartman, he's looking at it from all angles. So he thinks it is true because, again, remember, he keeps traveling to the beach all the time because of his heart situation. So I think it is true. It's conceptual, but also a reality. So you think about it, and it becomes a reality. So I guess if you were just a psychotherapist, you'd think that's crazy. But if you have no inhibitions about theories, then yeah, you imagine it, but it's also true. So yeah, I think yeah, it is an actual thing. So maybe perhaps also repatriation because in a way I guess Hartman is a repatriate. I don't know. Unified theory of Death Stranding, the beach, and related phenomena. There was a fad a while back in which subjects underwent counseling. Is that what Sam went through? There was a fad a while back in which subjects underwent counseling in order to learn, and that's how he met Lucy, in order to learn more about their beaches, and in so doing, gain a greater understanding of the nature of death. Doom sufferers, in particular, provided excellent opportunities for study. An interesting theoretical question arose during that period. If a person's beach was a product of their consciousness, might animals have beaches as well? A conundrum on the surface, perhaps, but one quickly resolved. Only human corpses undergo necrosis and become BTs. But then there are like animal sheep BTs, which proves somewhat conclusively that only a human can possess a beach. And yet, this begs another question. If all that is required is consciousness akin to that of a human, could an AI have a beach? An android? For one, do not believe so. I, for one, do not believe so. Why? Because the function of our beaches is to connect the worlds of the living and the dead. If an entity was never born, has not truly lived, and will never know death, surely it cannot have a beach. Evo, the Evo unit. It seems a rather significant breakthrough has been achieved. Back at headquarters, they've successfully integrated an Evo Devo unit into a chiral printer. In case you're not familiar with the term, Evo Devo refers to evolutionary developmental biology. Okay, so that's what it is. Your genes, mouse genes, dinosaur genes, the genes of every living being are virtually identical. And yet, we develop into such radically different organisms. Thus, a question arises: why did such disparate life arise from the self-same building blocks? Evo Devo was the field of study that sought to solve that mystery, to lay bare the secrets of evolution. Okay, before the advent of Evo Devo, it was thought that in order to reconstruct a dinosaur, we would require a sample of its DNA. However, thanks to this technology's ability to extrapolate from existing data, we could, with the correct stimulus, grow a dinosaur from the DNA of any living organism. I see. So what's stopping them from printing anything? We could in essence recreate the process by which dinosaurs evolved from primeval life forms. An Evo Devo unit. Yeah, this is what I've been thinking. Like, are they trying to like print everybody who died with the Evo Devo units? So like basically reverse the Death Stranding. But then if they can reprint everyone who's ever lived, can they also reprint like people who already died even before the whole thing? If they can do dinosaurs, what's stopping them from reprinting Einstein or Hitler or whoever? Ah, damn. An Evo Devo unit applies with the same principles to the problem of information and object reconstruction. With the help of the chiral network, may take incomplete data and indeed incomplete objects and reproduce their complete forms. Not, and we're not talking just about people, also like anything, basically. So anything that has ever been destroyed, if you have the data, you can get it back. This data can then be fed into a chiral printer. Voila! Partial data yields finished product. But how much partial data do you need? The tech isn't viable for everyday use just yet, but when it is, it will be of incalculable benefit to our research and bring our reconstruction efforts forward by a matter of decades. You know, it's also like a way of like in-game, in video games, where you just have anything, you can just build anything as long as you have the materials, and then voila, it's right there. It's like how to explain how that works in a game. That's weird. Higgs particles. Higgs Monaghan. Why, yes, I know the name. Former leader of a private courier organization, as I recall, which serviced a large region in the West, and was instrumental in providing continued support to the people living there. See? So he was a porter. But, I mean, we know he was a porter, but we saw his backstory with the Unknown Man journals. But as we were so far apart, bridges struggled to maintain any measure of influence over their operations. It probably didn't help that the separatist movement has always enjoyed strong support in that territory. And we're going there. In the wake of growing violence by the demons, we were shocked to learn that Higgs himself was there at their head. What to make of this strange development? Why on earth would the man who once commanded a group devoted to American Reconstructionism suddenly pledge himself to the cause of American destruction? Yeah, I'd like to know. His name only compounds on the insult. Have you heard of the Higgs particle, also known as the God particle? Yes, it is associated with the Higgs field, that which gives all other particles their mass. Without it, atoms would fly apart and matter would not exist as we know it. In other words, its very presence prevents mindless destruction. Cosmic irony indeed. Okay. Sorry, there's so much of this. Or, I mean, if you're interested in this, I guess you'd be reading with me. For those who aren't, you can just fast forward later when I go to the tar belt. But for those who are, well, strap in. Why do chiral clouds form? Why does timefall occur? And why does it herald the manifestation of BTs? These are questions we still struggle to answer. As we now know, BTs are beings formed of something akin to antimatter, yeah? Their first appearance coincided with the Death Stranding. Prior to that point, it is believed that there was very little in the way of antimatter present in our world at all. But what if BTs are antimatter? But we've since learned that this was far from the case, or even before the Stranding, antimatter was all around us. Okay, so I discovered a scientific paper on the subject entitled on antimatter and clouds. According to the paper, the gamma radiation generated by lightning strikes can trigger the formation of positrons and indeed particles of antimatter can be detected inside regular rain clouds. The mechanism by which they are formed is not fully understood, but the mere existence of this phenomenon is enough to suggest something intriguing. Chiral clouds contain chiralium, yes. Well, what would happen if gamma radiation were to act in the same way as it does in regular clouds? Could chiralium excited by gamma radiation exacerbate minute distortions spacetime, somehow loosening the seams? That connect us to our beaches. And if so, when the excited chiralium mixes with timefall and descends to the ground below, could the entire region beneath the clouds become much more strongly connected with the beach as a result? This could well explain why BTs appear in areas prone to timefall. Now I'm really wondering what Hartman, oh god, what if he's been wanting to cause this actually, and he's actually working with Higgs? What if, maybe not, but furthermore, if the antimatter we previously thought did not even exist in any measurable quantity on Earth were in fact present in such commonplace phenomena as very clouds above us, would this not lend credence to the theory that BTs, beaches, the world of the dead, all of these things may have existed long before the Stranding? Too much of a theoretical leap? Perhaps. I do not deny our world change, drastically and irrevocably. Nevertheless, could it not be that the Death Stranding was merely the clap of thunder that brought this great change to our attention, and not the change itself? So it's always been there. Right, the history of the other deck. Does the name Sigmund Freud mean anything to you? Yes, he was a famous psychologist, the most famous of them all, perhaps, but I digress. He likes the word digress. Freud formulated one of his most famous theories after observing his grandson playing with a spool of thread. That's probably why we see a lot of threads in the game. Kojima reading a lot on Sigmund Freud. The boy would throw the spool under the bed, thus ensuring that he could not see it anymore. He would then wind the thread in his hand, gradually drawing the spool back towards him until it became visible again. He repeated this process several times. It was apparently a game he played whenever his mother was elsewhere. Freud proposed that the process of concealing and rediscovering the spool was a coping mechanism, a way in which the boy could put his mind at ease. You see, the boy was in control of the spool. He could make it disappear and reappear at will. This helped him to comprehend his mother's absence not as something sudden or irrational, but as something controlled, and therefore not a cause for concern. Okay? A novelist named Franz Kafka later coined a term for this spool of thread, Odradek. However, he conceived it as an object capable of speech and autonomous movement, a mysterious being neither dead nor alive. The other decks we use are perhaps not so different. These interfaces through which we experience our BB's perception of their surroundings are not unlike spools of thread, a connection between our world and the other side, the living and the dead, human and BB. There's so much here. Oh my god. Almost done, but we're only halfway, I think. It's like it's fine reading it, but it's kind of tiring having to read it aloud. Anyway, near-death experiences. Until relatively recently, death could only be studied from the perspective of an external observer. Uh, as the experience of one's own death could not be communicated to another, a collaborative investigation of the phenomenon was fundamentally impossible. But through the examination of subjects in near-death states and the cataloging of their experiences, we have at least been able to bring the scientific method to bear in this most final of frontiers. Excuse me. Even those in a state of the so-called brain death exhibit signs of consciousness. What could this possibly mean? Moreover, why do some on the brink of death report out-of-body experiences? Furthermore, why do so many of these who have such experiences describe the same sensations of being beckoned towards a distant light? Many had argued that these commonalities were evidence of an objective reality, of a place beyond life. If nothing else, they at least suggested that death was not an instantaneous change of states but a process. So yeah, the Egyptian concept. The beach has since proven much of this beyond a doubt, and the dead rising again as BTs through necrosis demonstrates this process in action. The place beyond life is no longer a theoretical possibility. Its existence must be taken as incontrovertible fact. So that's what I'm thinking with Lucy's case. She didn't believe it at first, but now, yeah. Cave paintings and stencils. Cave paintings provide an invaluable window into the lives of our ancestors. How they live, what they experienced. Some have been preserved here on our continent. Although most have sadly been lost in void outs. Oh. Oldest cave paintings of all are believed to date back 64,800 years or more. But all of these are, or perhaps were, in Europe. What's become of them, I wonder? Have they been too obliterated in annihilation events? If not, are the caves containing them now infested with BTs? Does Europe still exist even? One cannot help but worry that these vital records have been forever lost to us. But I digress. These first paintings were likely made by the Neanderthals. They were crude depictions of creatures such as deer, bison, horses, interspersed with stenciled outlines of large hands. I think that's a painting outside this office. Some assert these are the signatures of primeval painters. But could they not also be depictions of BT's handprints? So, could yeah, that's what I thought. Like, I think that's the inspiration for the whole handprints thing also. Besides Carillium hands, also the ancient cave paintings. Handprints. Could our ancient relatives have been trying to tell us something or issue a warning? Or is that perhaps one flight of fancy too far? BTs and void outs. Following conclusions are largely derived from a handful of eyewitnesses' accounts. While I would advise anyone to take them with a grain of salt, I still believe they are worth sharing. BTs pursue their prey through a multi-step process. Okay, first they begin searching for a target, the handprints left behind is evidence of this behavior. And then upon detection, one or more BTs will attempt to seize their target and drag it towards a much larger entity. To clarify, however, a void out does not occur at the point of contact between the giant and the human, but only once the human has been subsumed into the giant's body. We think this is maybe because this is the only place where antimatter is present within the entity. Okay. Goes without saying that BTs are entirely different from any creature that is of this world, and we have much to learn about them still. One thing is for certain, however, we must come to understand them, else we may never overcome the existential threat that they pose. Whew, so much. Neanderthals are not extinct. Both Neanderthals and Homo sapiens are believed to share a common ancestor in the form of Homo heidelbergensis, but there are clear differences between the two. Neanderthals were brutish and brawny, well equipped to hunt larger animals and survive in colder climates, whereas Homo sapiens were slender-limbed and although capable of hunting smaller prey, but as millennia passed, Homo sapiens learned to create tools and hunt in packs. Did I read this before? Yeah, I think so. The Neanderthals who actually had larger brains than the Homo sapiens also fashioned tools of their own, but these were crude in comparison and developed little over to an. Yeah, I think I did, but I'll just read it out. Perhaps because these simple-minded beings favored small family units so that even if a breakthrough occurred, it was unlikely to be shared with others. Okay. This isolation, more than any other factor, seems to have led to their decline. Homo sapiens, meanwhile, conceived religion with which large numbers of individuals could be band together in service to a common cause. Okay. Strength in numbers also made their communities more resistant to famine and other calamities. In other words, Homo sapiens grew stronger through interpersonal connections by creating what came to be called society. If we persist in our divided state, we risk losing this hard-won unity and dooming ourselves to the Neanderthals' fate. We will dwindle and die. Apart and alone, but history holds another intriguing lesson. Homo sapiens did not disdain Neanderthals. The two species even intermingled on occasion. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like they just basically uh, intermarried, maybe, or whatever you want to call it, interbred. Our DNA retains vestiges of our ancient cousins even now. So you see, while the species itself may disappear, its genetic legacy may yet endure. I don't think like they died like we just mixed together, maybe. But maybe the Homo sapiens genes were too strong. But they're still like in within our genes, I guess. Oh, sorry. Hartman's theory of evolution. The evolution of life on Earth could be described as the evolution of consciousness. When the first vertebrates clambered out of the oceans and onto the land, their consciousness expanded to process the new realm that lay before them. But their development did not end there. Their eyes moved from their flanks to their fronts. Okay, yeah, like fish, that they might comprehend the depth of the world. Mammals formed groups, increasing their chances of survival. Eventually, they came together in communities, then larger societies. In order to preserve and maintain these structures, humans developed a perception of time. And in order for societies to outlast the lifespan of the individual, we conceived of an afterlife. Ah, I see. And a future beyond ourselves. Alas, the Death Stranding threatens to undo all our progress. Consider the chiral network, which incorporates the beach, where time does not exist. Or consider timefall, which rapidly accelerates the degradation of that which it comes into contact with. Yeah, now your sense of time. How can our sense of time, honed over millions of years, remain intact when we must cope with such irrational phenomena? Yet that is but the tip of the proverbial iceberg. We are growing apart, retreating into isolation. Gradually losing our place within society. I would even go so far as to say our conceptions of reality are under threat. How could they not be when our very eyes deny the invisible BTs that stands before us? The stranding has warped our consciousness. In every sense, if the evolution of life on Earth is indeed akin to the evolution of consciousness, then what is happening now is undeniably a regression, is it not? There's one caveat, of course. Some of us are now far more aware of death than we ever were. Yeah, dooms. That is what dooms has given us. For me, therefore, dooms is not merely a biological change. I prefer to think of it as the means by which I have achieved a new form of consciousness. Furthermore, I hope and believe that this new awareness of the other side is humanity's trump card as we seek to defeat the Death Stranding. So, like, we need... That's the evolution, to have dooms, basically. Umbilical cords in Devonian era fossils. An article from an old scientific journal was recently brought to my attention. It predates Death Stranding, and concerns the discovery of a 380 million year old fossil, one from the Devonian era. To give the period its proper name, it was a fossil of a fish, and its womb was a child connected to its mother by an umbilical cord, no less. The species, I'm not even... Mater species Attenboroughi is a placoderm, an extinct class of armored marine creatures that used to live in seas the world over. Okay. Oh, I think I've seen those. Unfortunately, most were wiped out during the Devonian era, right around the time of the second of the Big Five, in fact. As you may be aware, one of the key foci of my research is the link between creatures with umbilical cords and mass extinctions. Once this area is connected to the chiral network, it is my hope that we will be able to piece together more data that will help us learn more about the link between umbilical cords and the Death Stranding. Egyptian mummies, pyramids, etc. At what point can it be said that man truly understood what it means to die? It would seem reasonable to suggest that it was when he began to bury his dead, practice which originated with the Neanderthals. In a way, one might say that our growing understanding of death drove our development as a species. Our fear of it, our attempts to conquer it. Hold on. Why, it could be argued our entire history revolves around these obsessions. Take the Great Pyramids of Egypt or the tombs of the ancient emperors of China. Okay, the more powerful the person, the bigger and the grander their final resting place. Or to posit a more radical theory, could the very concepts of power and society themselves have emerged solely to facilitate the creation of such monuments, such challenges to the finality of death? Either way, in leaving behind something they hoped might endure through the ages, the builders of these edifices believed that they too might live on forever. Okay. Mummies of the Egyptians are another means by which man sought to fulfill this desire, to escape the finality of death. They were created that the spiritual self, the Ka, would have a physical level, or Ha, to which it could return. The oh boy, Sokshinbutsu? Sokshinbutsu, or mummified monks of Buddhism, are similar in their respect. However, the monks in question aim to transition straight from life to Buddhahood, in other words, to forgo death altogether. But now that the beach has brought us into direct contact with the world beyond, a relationship with death must further evolve. Next stage in our understanding is upon us. Egyptian view of the brain. It is common nowadays to think of the personality, the mind of consciousness as a whole, as phenomena born exclusively of the brain. However, to the ancient Egyptians, things were different. They believed that a person's soul, their spiritual essence, resided in the heart. Heartman. As a result, the mummification process involved the removal of all internal organs, save this one, the brain included. Okay. To the Egyptians, a man's skull was represented by and contained within the heart, whereas the Ha was made up of the other organs and the remainder of the flesh. Hardly a picture compatible with modern medical science. Yeah, because we know that our consciousness is in the brain. But consider for a moment the babies which porters utilize in the field and the brain-dead still mothers to which they are bound. Could it not be said that in turning our attention away from the brain and towards the heart, the womb, the umbilicus, in our quest to grow closer to the world of the dead, that we are perhaps returning to the old ways? The corals of the seam Life began in the oceans, and as it evolved, it graduated to the land. At least this is what was believed until recently. To creatures of the sea, the land is a harsh and unforgiving place. Given this, what could possibly have compelled these organisms to make such a drastic transition? Consider that fossils of the first fish to adapt themselves to land have been found in regions with unusually large tidal range. Could it be that these creatures develop legs in order to more swiftly return to the safety of the sea when stranded? Could their evolutionary leap have been triggered by these traumatic experience? If so, could similar circumstances have shaped the evolution of the coral-like organisms that inhabit the sea and driven them to develop an ability to live between life and death, between time and timelessness? Coral is, after all, older than any organism of the land and hardly enough to have weathered the mass extinction of 540 million years ago. And it is a life form upon which many other organisms rely for survival. Bearing all this in mind, one can argue that the ability to survive in the seems indicative of a profound evolutionary leap. Also, chiral crystals take the form of something like trees or well, like corals. So, I don't know. Repatriates and void outs. I'm gonna be reading until the mama part, and then I'll take a break, and then I'll continue. I mean, you won't really notice anything. Uh, and also, like, again, these are not all the interviews. I'll probably get more as I do more orders, so I'll read them one by one, but at least I would have read most of these. Anyway, I have come across a number of old reports which makes mention of humans who have certain powers. Yeah, these are older interviews. Powers which have led them becoming known as repatriates. As we know, when a human and a BT come into contact, a void out results, which is analogous to what physicists would term an annihilation event. These events occur when matter meets antimatter, and mass is converted violently and abruptly into energy. A process is highly efficient, though some energy is lost to the production of neutrinos. Okay. Similarly, in a void out, vast amounts of energy are released, resulting in destruction on a devastating scale, which leaves behind a large crater. Void outs triggered by contacts with repatriates, however, consistently result in smaller craters. It is suspected that this is because energy is lost to the beach in the same manner that it is lost to neutrino production. Okay, in a conventional annihilation event, and that in the case of repatriates, the amount of energy lost is particularly high. That said, how the repatriate's body survives intact is a far bigger mystery. Yeah, how? And one on which I will refrain from commenting until I've had the chance to examine one in the flesh. One, no, yeah, Sam Strand, former member of Reedus, who left some years ago and has been making his way in the world as a porter ever since. Do hope I get to meet him someday, considering how invaluable he could be in advancing our understanding of the true nature of beaches and the Death Stranding. BTs are reaching out to us. 2.4 million years ago, Homo habilis started to craft stone tools. Hands are so very important, don't you think? Our other sensory organs passively interpret data. Our eyes light, our ears sound, our noses smell, our mouths taste. But hands are different. To touch requires conscious action. To grasp more so. To connect that which is in our left hand with that which is in our right, still more. And the handprints we see when BTs seek out humans, why I'd say that's just evidence of our otherworldly friends yearning to forge a connection. They're reaching out to us, attempting to bridge the gap between the realm of the dead and that of the living. King Midas and the chiral crystals. Okay. Rumors have been circulating regarding a man who calls himself King Midas. Unlike his namesake from Greek mythology, however, this gentleman does not turn all he touches to gold. Instead, he claims to wield the power to create chiral crystals at will. So it's like a King Midas in this world, basically. Stories suggest that he gained this power as a result of experiments involving organisms which possessed a similar ability. Hmm. I wonder if we'll see that guy. Or is it Higgs who we're talking about here? Hmm. Or maybe Higgs just has the same ability, who knows? I am of course aware of the existence of microbes that could melt and condense gold, in effect extracting it from ore deposits. But this is the first time I've heard of any organism that can do something similar with chiralium. These organisms are apparently akin to cryptobiotes, as well as the coral that is found in the sea. Hmm. In fact, they exist outside of time. If this man truly managed to harvest such organisms, then it is an extraordinary achievement which could have lead to untold possibilities, veritable bioalchemy even. Hmm. Much like his mythical counterpart, however, King Midas is said to have paid a heavy price for his power. Indeed, his body has turned into a mass of particles, a side effect of crystallizing all the chiralium with which he came into contact. It is said that the only evidence of its existence are two golden handprints he left behind. I haven't seen that. I wonder if it's somewhere in the game. Now, I must temper this rather dramatic story by stressing that no microbes capable of the previously described ability have been detected. As such, I suspect the king is nothing more than an urban legend, the kind of story spun by dreamers in a world where chiral crystals are rare and precious and can only be collected from a perilous timefall soaked places. Perhaps we could even consider it a morality tale. The moral being, of course, that greed is never good, whether one lasts for gold or for chiral crystals. It is, however, a remarkable coincidence that not long after I first heard talk of this modern day King Midas, I also started to hear rumors concerning a man wearing a golden death mask. Oh, maybe it is Higgs, I don't know. Might the two be related? Who knows? Wait, what if it's Higgs' father? Ooh, I don't know. But then, there was nothing in the maybe he just didn't document it in the unknown man's journals. Maybe his dad had that ability. And maybe he gained the ability from his dad and he became Doom's level 7. Who knows? Evolution, Death Stranding, and the fear of dying. Death has been Homo sapiens' constant companion for every step of our evolutionary journey. Our cultures and civilizations have been built with an awareness of our relationship with death, the extent to which we can accept and live with it. Out of fear of the inevitable decomposition and destruction of the flesh, sorry, our ancestors developed elaborate embalming techniques, death masks, and the like. Right. Indeed, the mask has ever been a symbol of the soul that transcends this world to exist for eternity in the next. Mummies and sarcophagi of ancient Egypt are but one instance of this. Honored individuals were given masks and placed inside sarcophagi in order to be preserved for eternity, thereby transcending death and attaining immortality. Paintings and photographs are no different. Really, they are simply more modern variants of the Egyptians' mask and sarcophagi. Hmm. Indeed, all of humanity's crowning achievements, art, language, writing, are arguably a reaction to death. And an expression of our desire to overcome it. They are great feats born from fear, and one might even go as far as to say that it was the primal fear of death that drove the evolution of our ancestors into Homo sapiens in the first place. In fact, I would go further still. I would posit that it was this fear that brought about the Death Stranding itself. Or at least, it has come to our attention. I don't know. Or maybe the souls. Oh, and that caused the Death Stranding. It has certainly seemed more and more plausible of late. Bridges needs Homo Ludens. I have already spoken at length about the new varieties of man that have emerged in the wake of chiral pollution and from the resulting phobias. Homo demons, Homo gestalt, not to mention those touched by dooms. This much is common knowledge. I, however, would posit that we could further categorize the humans of this day and age. Take our comrades Mama and Lakna, okay? For example, they are creators. Are they not? People who use tools to make things. Craftspeople, Homo faber. Okay. Consider dead man, one who looks the dead in their eyes every day, one who takes their organs as his own. His relationship with death is transcendental, sublime. It is in essence his faith, and he homo religiosis. Okay. As for myself, homo loquens, a linguist, one who seeks to understand this world through the language of science and logic. Huh. Okay. Homo loquens. There is, however, another very special type of human, a breed that would serve bridges rather well. Homo ludens. They who play, be it deliberate or unintentional. Homo ludens unite people, creating culture, shaping the very world around them, not through violence, nor laws or proscriptions, but rather through metaphorical acts of play. I know of only one person who matches this description, the one they call the Great Deliverer, Sam Porter. Despite Die Harmon's best efforts, however, his whereabouts are still unknown. Oh, okay, yeah, because in this, yeah, they haven't found him yet. Well, I guess I could read the Chiral Network one. So the core infrastructure is complete. The basic Cupid ready chiral network setup is good to go. Now all we have to do is connect Central Knot City to Capital and prove that it actually works. Sadly, I won't be here to see it. I've been assigned to the expedition team's second group, so I'll be heading west with the others. Did I really read this? But the people in charge here are the best of the best. They'll have the network operational inside of 3 years just as planned, I'm sure of it. And while they're seeing to that, we'll be visiting towns and whatnot across the country and putting the facilities in place for when things are finally up and running. Amelie and the others in the lead group will be forging the connections and laying the groundwork to make sure everything goes to plan. Okay. Afterwards, we'll just need to link it all up with operational cupids, and that should be that. Heh, it's kind of like the Apollo missions back in the day. They used a 3-stage rocket to get to the moon. Well, we're using a 3-stage process to do something almost as revolutionary. Chiral Network 2. In a way, the Chiral Network makes use of the beach to allow us to travel through time. See, sending large amounts of data takes large amounts of time, as you'd expect. But the thing about beaches is, well, time doesn't pass the same way in them as it does out here. Might not even pass at all. Think about how the light from the stars in the sky we see was produced thousands and thousands of years ago. Routing data through the beach is like jumping to a point earlier in that journey, thereby cutting it shorter. So yeah, that's how the chiral network works. Much shorter. Just imagine massive amounts of data transferred almost instantaneously. That's what we're trying to achieve with the chiral network in a nutshell. This basically this world's version of the internet. In theory, the network allows us to reconstruct. I think, yeah, I already read this. Us to reconstruct all data that would otherwise be lost, and to do so with fragmented resources, using what's known as Evo-Devo evolutionary, Evo-Devo analysis. We could take the finger bone of a dinosaur, say, and extrapolate from that not only the dinosaur's form but its composition, internal, external, even its thought processes. Oh yeah. Anything's possible with chiral computing. In other words, we won't just be able to reunite a nation. We'll be able to reclaim everything we lost in the Death Stranding. But not just the Death Stranding, per se. Not just this. We're talking about all the Death Strandings. Like, you could reverse engineer everything since the Big Five that Hartman keeps talking about. Or even, theoretically, we could go back as far as the birth of the planet. And beyond, and thanks to the beach, we'll be able to compile all this is crazy. We'll be able to compile all that data in one place and reduce the processing time for even the most complex analysis to effectively zero. Next big question: what this Higgs want? Drones and the singularity. Yep, the bot is good to go. We're putting it through, the bots that we're using. We're putting it through some field tests with the network service area. Should have the results before long. Delivery efficiency within a given region is expected to improve following a successful Cupid connection as well. No, that won't be a problem. The bot's just a cargo carrier. Human input is required to accept orders and set coordinates. Right. Drone syndrome shouldn't be a factor in the singularity? Not a chance. Well, think about it. AI doesn't die. It might get upgraded or replaced, but that's not at all comparable to death. Well, what if there's only one place for the AI and then like the bot gets destroyed? Isn't that like kinda like death? I don't know. So it has no reason to fear it, you see. Concept is completely foreign, incomprehensible. Death comes to all living things, but only humans have the capacity to understand the implications. Are you sure? I mean, maybe even animals don't want to die. To imagine what it means to no longer exist. I guess that part is more of a human thing. That's one limitation AI won't ever overcome. That's the reason it won't ever surpass human intelligence. Mm, there's a lot of... My god. There's so much of it. Uh, I'm gonna take a break before I read the starting from Fragile. But, or maybe starting from the Bridges staff. Because I just want to read most of the main characters' interviews. Lochna and Malingen. You know what we used to dream about, seeing what's beyond these clouds up there. We've spent our whole lives beneath a Carillium sky. It's all we've ever known. But we also know that the world used to be so much bigger. Our parents told us they were researchers who worked for NASA. Oh yeah, though these days most people wouldn't know what that was. It went up in smoke around this... Oh, same time America did. And all our parents' work went with it. But we still have our dreams, the one thing our parents gave us that can never be taken away. Yeah, the naming. Maling and I were named after a pair of craters left by meteors which struck the Earth 450 million years ago. Those craters are proof that this planet is part of something bigger, that we exist within a vast interconnected universe. Our names serve as a reminder of this fundamental truth, symbols of our parents' hope that our isolation is only temporary. That's why we joined Bridges too, to bring the people of this country together again and to one day reunite this planet with the greater universe that surrounds it. Okay, it took a bit of a break. You guys probably didn't notice anything. Now let's read more emails because that's fun. I mean, I do want to read this, like, for those who want to understand more of the story, the lore, and the characters. Okay, so preppers. So these are fragiles. I think we already read this, but you know. When I was a little girl, my father told me that preppers were people who decided long ago that they couldn't trust their nation to be there for them anymore. That the bonds between us had grown weak long before the Death Stranding. Yeah, I think I have read this. We once had a network spanning the whole wide world that could send items from anywhere to anywhere and connect anyone with anything. But still we were isolated. Still we were alone. Again, these interviews, I'm just reading them. I'll try to finish them with this episode now. I said I was gonna do an episode, but I thought, yeah, I might as well connect it to this. And then after this, whatever interviews I get that might seem important, I'll just do, you know, per piece. Or if I get, like, a couple more, but I don't know how many more there are out there. I do want to read more of Lucy's interviews. So. So anyway, Fragiles. Connect anyone with anything. But still we were isolated. Still we were alone. Some liked it that way and even wanted more. They wanted walls along their borders, wanted to turn away refugees and outsiders. Some even wanted new nations all their own. They began to see the state as an enemy of their freedom, not a protector of it. The ones most far gone, they didn't trust the country to defend them if something went really wrong. War, terrorism, natural disaster, you name it. So they built shelters. So these are the preppers. And stocked full of supplies in preparation for the worst. And then the worst happened. The Death Stranding. America ceased to exist, and their shelters became their homes, where they would live and they would die. But while they prepared, they hadn't prepared to live there forever, which is why they wound up relying on us couriers so heavily. My father and I didn't want to go back to the old America. Whew, sorry, it's really tiring to read. We didn't want a country that pushed people apart. We wanted one that brought them together, that allowed them to support one another, and that was what we tried to work toward. Cryptobiotes. We call these bugs cryptobiotes. They were recorded in reference books and databases back before the Death Stranding. But nobody ever thought to give them a proper classification, so cryptobiotes stay. They're named for the process of cryptobiosis, which means hidden life. When environmental conditions get too harsh or resources too scarce, cryptobiotes can shut down their metabolic processes and enter an almost death-like state in order to survive. Tardigrades and sleeping chironomids are capable of this too. But cryptobiotes are on a whole other level. They can survive anything and anywhere, even on the beach or in the sea, and they aren't capable of prolonging only their own lives. Humans who eat them acquire a limited resistance to timefall too. You won't find them lying around just anywhere though. You need to know where to look. Not many people even knew they existed until recently, so next to no research has been done. But now that their beneficial properties have been recognized, I'm willing to bet they'll play an important role in helping us to understand the beach, the Death Stranding, and everything else. Fragile's father and Fragile Express. My father came up with the name Fragile Express before I was born. The US was Swiss cheese back then. You know, I wonder where Fragile is getting all these old references. I mean, she was born, I think, after the Death Stranding, so how would she know these, like, Swiss cheese expressions? Anyway, maybe, yeah, some data or something. All the void outs had left craters as far as the eye could see. People were losing their minds looking for a way out. They thought that the government would have their back, but it was gone. All the systems, all the gears that kept their world turning smashed to bits in a matter of seconds. When everything, breaks, it's hard not to break yourself. Before our new network, there was an old one. Whole nation was online 24/7, cameras and microphones everywhere, watching and listening and recording. There was a strange sort of comfort in that. People said a certainty that someone somewhere would know if you were in trouble. But after the stranding, that all vanished into the ether. No one was looking out anymore. No one was coming to save you. A lot of folks died waiting before the rest caught on and took matters into their own hands. My father was one of the latter. He'd been working for a private logistics company, and he and some friends figured they were in position to bring people, supplies, and repair vital infrastructure Americans used to rely on to survive. They were builders, men and women who understand the value of what was lost and wanted to reclaim it. My father and them really believed that they could get it all back bit by bit and make us whole, make us America. It was a precious, fragile dream like so much back then, but if they nurtured it, they stayed true. He knew it could all be ours again. People, ideas, connections, all so fragile. The USA was nothing more than a network of people and the connections between them. No wonder it broke apart so easily. Well, but everything that's worth something is fragile. That's why I was given this name. My father's not with us anymore, but the bond between us remains fragile, though it is. Okay, so now it's time, I guess, for the bridges staff. So this is from Benjamin Hancock. Yeah, he's the guy. Distribution center west of Capital, not City. Okay. It's been about a year now since we came here with the rear guard. The first folks through did us the favor of setting up the chiral relay and patching things up before we arrived. I wonder what the chiral relay looked like before. Setting up the chiral relay and patching things up before we arrived. So we're doing alright. Not so sure about everyone else though. Folks back home sound kinda freaked out. We don't know what's going on in Central or Capital, let alone how Amelie and the others who kept heading west are doing. But something doesn't feel right. What's more, a lot of the guys have developed some kind of agoraphobia. Like the thought alone of going outside scares the shit out of them. See, the distro centers and way stations around these parts here aren't like the ones back east. They're much more isolated, out in the middle of nowhere. Can't help but feel cut off from the world. And there's not a lot of staff on hand neither, which means you often have to do the work of two guys, which can make it that much lonelier too. And then you factor in the terrorism rumors. Also, is it just me or does it feel like there's more mules out there these days? Don't get me wrong, I know they're not out to get us, all they want is our cargo, right? Well, that doesn't change the fact that they're not making our work any easier. Especially since a lot of these guys used to be first-rate porters, yeah. And could run rings around us if they hadn't, you know. Still, for now, the network systems are up and running, and we're just holding out for the day when the second expedition comes through with the working Cupid. Till then, we'll keep things chugging along. That much we can do for bridges and country, am I right? This is from Igor. 3 years ago. Okay. Timefall and power failures. I volunteered to join Bridges, signed up with my brother Victor, who is now in Port Knot. So we know this guy died. Was the first character. Signed up with my brother Victor. See, we both remembered when America was still America. When we still had planes and satellites. When we were still connected to everyone and everything. The world was different, bigger, and we wanted it back. He was chosen for the first expedition and hit the road damn near straight away. Me, I got told to hang back here in Central, which was okay, I guess. Of course, disposal means taking your fair share of timefall in the line of duty. You get a sense for it later, after a while, a sixth sense for when the clouds are about to open up. Of course, clouds themselves are a big tell, and an inverse or inverted rainbows a guarantee you're in for some shit. There are smaller signs too. Changes in the air, a smell on the wind. Like, what would the chiralium smell? When it hits, you've got power outages to deal with. Far as I understand it, which ain't all that far, it's to do with high concentrations of chiralium, yeah. Causing electromagnetic interference or something, which also interacts with water and kicks up clouds of ozone, which then makes the temperature drop like a rock, so it's cold. Anyway, I may be used to timefall, but that don't mean I'm immune to it. Believe me, I'm younger than I look. Oh. My big bro take a lot of pleasure in telling you that if you could see me now. Oh. So he didn't look like that before. The lake at ground zero. So this is from Victor now. When I first laid eyes on the lake here at ground zero, I was blown away by the sheer size of it. I never imagined anything could be so huge. This was just after the Death Stranding, and not many people had seen the craters up close yet. Back when I was still living with my parents and my brothers on the East Coast, an explosion like nothing the world had seen before tore a gaping hole in the heart of America. There were all kinds of rumors floating around at the time that it was a meteor, that was a nuke dropped by another country. I was just a kid. But even I could tell the adults didn't have a clue. So you can imagine how I felt. And then we found out there had been other explosions, not just here in America, but the world over, By the time we learned they were void outs and what void outs were, the country was pretty much done. Okay. But hey, that was then, and this is now, and things are looking up. Jessica told my kid brother's still alive. Where this is setting up, oh, this is, a corpse disposal team in Capital, not City. Handle this shit well enough to get picked for the second expedition. 3 more years and he'll be out here with me. Can't wait to see him again. Oh. That's sad. Ugh. Geologist. Okay. I remember it was just before I joined the expedition when I found those documents in Bridges HQ. Research papers that predated the Death Stranding. People used to believe that dinosaurs had gone extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period 65 million years ago. But when this fellow investigated various locations where late Cretaceous dinofossils had been found, he came to the starting conclusion that there was hardly any evidence anywhere on Earth that supported the theory that dinosaurs had survived until the end of the Cretaceous. In other words, almost all of them had been wiped out long before that. Only place there were fossils that did support the traditional theory was here in North America, which suggested that this was the last part of the Earth to have been inhabited by dinosaurs. Not everyone agreed with this analysis at the time, but let's say he had it right. That would mean that there's evidence of a mass extinction hidden here, right beneath our feet. Evidence which could prove invaluable in understanding the one on the horizon. Did the dinosaurs who happened to live here just get lucky? Or is there something special about this place that allowed them to survive? I love to get to the bottom of it, but I'm not sure I have what it takes. I'm not like Hartman. I don't have dooms or any other unique traits. Still, I want to make myself useful. I want to research the stranding and help uncover the truth behind it. That's why I joined the expedition team after all. The paleontologist. Then we have the Evo Devo biologist. It's so tiring. The thing is, I can read this no problem if I just read it, but then I am reading it aloud for you guys. Not that, I don't know if this is entertaining, probably not. But it does help us get, I guess, a better understanding of the story. Okay, so interview with the paleontologist. In the period since the very first forms of life arose here on Earth, the planet has witnessed a number of mass extinctions. And as you're no doubt aware, the most significant of these are known as the Big Five. First marked the end of the Ordovician period, while the next at the end of the Devonian period wiped out almost all marine life. But the third of these extinction, at the end of the Permian period, around 250 million years ago, was even worse. 96% of all marine organisms and 70% of land died as a result. The fourth extinction finished off most large reptiles, okay? Though, the dinosaurs managed to hold on until the fifth came along at the end of the Cretaceous period. So, they survived a bit. 65 million years ago. We humans are evolved from the small mammals which managed to survive that particular catastrophe. Each of these 5 extinctions resulted from enormous changes to the natural environment. Species which were unable to adapt to these changes perished, while those which were ideally situated to evolve and thrive did just that. Evidence from records which predate the Death Stranding indicate that many scholars believe a 6th mass extinction was on its way, or that it may have already begun. There was something of a consensus regarding its cause as well. Humanity's destruction of the environment. This led them to sound the alarm, warning the world of what was at stake. At the time, the greatest minds of the era believed that if the ecosystem could be preserved, and if humanity could learn to live in harmony with nature, which is not happening now, then a future could be secured for all the world's species, humans included. But that was then, and this is now. If the phenomenon we are currently experiencing is indeed the sixth extinction, then it must be acknowledged that humanity is its main target. Is this divine punishment for our misdeeds? If so, then I suppose there's little that can be done. Perhaps there's no way forward for humanity now. Nevertheless, I refuse to give up. I will endeavor to find hope in our predicament. Okay, Evo Devo biologist. I was born after the Death Stranding, so my conception of what the world once was is derived entirely from documents, photographs, and video. We didn't used to have timefall for one, just regular rain, no chiral clouds, only the traditional masses of suspended moisture. And one certainly didn't have to worry about tar bubbling up from underground in most locales. Humans could travel anywhere, even into space. And we were blissfully unaware of the beach's existence. Suffice it to say, there's no doubt that this is a period of sweeping change that will have lasting repercussions for all life on Earth, given that dooms may simply be humanity's way of trying to adapt and survive. A beach exists within the consciousness of every individual. Yeah. But these environmental changes, they affect all life on a genetic level. Do they not? That is why I thought to investigate them, and the medium through which I chose to do so is the tar, which has become so ubiquitous. But you're not interested in that, I'm sure. So, there's a very real possibility that we have already failed to adapt to the sixth extinction. That we are but another evolutionary dead end soon to be left behind. If that is the case, then it could be a reason that the ones afflicted with dooms, and therefore blessed with an enhanced perception of the beach, are our successors who will survive and supplant us. So I guess Hartman, even Fragile. So basically just people with dooms. Sam, of course, and Higgs. So yeah, even if, can you even really truly kill people with dooms? Can you truly kill Higgs? I mean, he might just repatriate anyway. How would you? Our successors who will survive and supplant us. I suppose that would be a shame, but it doesn't trouble me all that much. My research will survive me as well, and the doomed sufferers can pick up from where I left off. Also, how do you get dooms? They will carry on my genetic lineage too, for that matter. No, what worries me is that not even dooms will prove sufficient to endure this extinction. If that is the case, then humanity is doomed. It's doomed, yeah. It's certainly a possibility we have to acknowledge. But more than that, one question looms above all. I don't even know what dooms means. I don't know if it's like some kind of acronym. But more than that, one question looms above all. Dooms. Why? Why now? Why like this? That's what I want to know more than anything. Somehow I doubt the dinosaurs and all the other species that came and went ever considered that question. Worrying about over the reason for this, and that is a uniquely human condition, I suppose. Yet this idle curiosity may be the key to understanding and overcoming the stranding. Tar bubbles up from the beach. I'd heard this area was pretty inhospitable before I got here. Got your fair share of mountains, obviously. And on top of that, were all these rumors about a secret terrorist base or something. Oh, shouldn't know. Aaron Hill. Okay. And on top of that were all these rumors. Okay. So I figured I was in for a bad time. But when me and the team got here, yeah, it was way worse than what we thought. Felt like we could get jumped any second. I tell you what though, I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw all the tar out west. Wondered how the hell Amelie and her team made it through. Yeah, how the hell do I make it through the tar belt? But someone said it wasn't nearly as bad when they made the trip. I was sent out to take a closer look, and man, it was something else. And it hadn't been that long either. Hard to imagine all that bubbled up damn near overnight. Honestly, I felt like I was stranding at the edge of the world. We don't know much about the tar, except that it wasn't around before the stranding. Same as Timefall and Carillium. There's some speculation that it might be some byproduct of the beach. And that if you could somehow retrace the flow, you'd end up there. But that's all theoretical stuff. Right now, we've got a practical problem to deal with. One of the chiral relays we built is at risk of going under any moment. We don't have the manpower to relocate it yet, but we should once the second expedition shows up. Whether we can wait that long is another question. Though maybe you could tell them to get their asses in gear if you get the chance. Who's that? Addressed to, I guess, to Sam? I don't know. No, this is an interview though. Chiralium coatings. Truth is, we discovered it by dumb luck. Folks had made a point of building cities outside of timefall regions, but the way stations and the distro centers were a different story. No way around it, really. Even through all that, exposure meant they'd deteriorate quicker. But when you're keeping an eye out for things deteriorating, you soon notice how Carillium Crystal reacts when exposed to timefall. We should say not at all. They showed no signs of degradation whatsoever, stayed rock solid, even after getting soaked. It sort of made sense. Carillium comes from the beach, right? And over there, time doesn't pass. Timefall had no effect on the crystals because they may as well exist outside of time. And when we ran a few experiments, that's pretty much what we confirmed. Now I know what you're thinking. Why not build way stations out of Carillium, right? Yeah, if only. Turns out overexposure to that stuff is lethal. Yeah, and it can't be stored in large quantities either. Still, at least the Carillium coatings we came up with do just enough to keep the rot manageable to something. Also, like, interestingly enough, in space expeditions, they use gold, and that's to coat it from excessive radiation. But here, Chiralium is used against timefall, sure, but then chiral crystals have radiation as well. So, yeah. Oxytocin from Victor. Back before the stranding, people didn't rely on smart drugs like oxytocin so much. Probably because they weren't so damn isolated. Me and my brother Igor, we got separated from our folks after the first void out. Shit was crazy, I was just a kid, but he was even younger too. Even younger. Too young to have to go. One moment. Too young to have to go through all that. Spending night after night holed up in those ruins, it was rough. But we had held each other close to stay warm, and it made things easier. Dogs would tell you that that's oxy doing its thing, the hormone the body releases when we touch each other. It's why mothers form bonds with their kids when they hold them and other stuff like that. But with the comms networks not what they were, it's more dangerous than ever to go outside. And even when you got other people around, they don't seem too keen to make physical contact, a collective aversion due to an ingrained fear of BTs and voidouts. Or so I've been told. Add it all up, and you got yourself a people that's isolated, scattered, stressed out, and insecure. So we've got no choice but to supplement our oxy levels. Fill the void left by physical affection with chemical TLC. Pretty fucked up, am I right? I know we used to go to war over race and religion and all that back in the day, but that had to be better than living like this. I wouldn't say that. Central knot, so this is Igor. Know what I wanted to be when I was a kid? An astronaut, believe it or not. That's why he has the little Ludens thing. Must be hard to imagine now. But back before the stranding, the skies were full of drones, airplanes, all kinds of crap, zipping back and forth from continent to continent. Some that even went up into outer space. But the chiral clouds put an end to all that. Nothing flies now. Yeah, because you can't fly past it. Now it all came crashing down, and my dreams with it. Damn clouds mess with flight systems somehow, and don't ask me how. So eat up comm signals too, which is how come long distance signals can't get through anymore. This is also one way of explaining how, well, why don't people just leave planet Earth? They can't because of the chiral clouds. So even if they wanted to escape and humanity somehow survives, they can't. So yeah, Kojima's way of explaining that. Uh, eat up comm signals too, which is how come long distance signals can't get through it. So this is also probably why like the whole thing with Mads and the whole going to the moon and like which is why it's such a big deal. Uh, because no one can after the Death Stranding. That's why we've got no idea what's happening in other countries. Yeah. So that's why like America's isolated. They have no idea what the hell is happening with Asia or wherever. Set us back more than a century in that respect. People talk a lot about how the stranding sent us scrambling for the cities, severed the bonds between us, but it did more than that. It severed the land from the sky. Yeah. Okay. Antimatter in storage. Everything went like clockwork, and we recovered all the antimatter. Performed the requested maintenance on the magnetic trap too. It should be a bit more stable now. I still can't believe those amateurs managed to get their hands on the stuff. Though. Apparently they stumbled across it while researching chiral clouds. Yeah, so the antimatter in this world is collected from maybe BTs and the chiral cloud, yeah. Though I suppose that makes a kind of sense. Even before the Death Stranding, there was evidence that regular lightning storms could generate antimatter, and chiral ones surely stranger. Sounds like they were able to capture it only once, though, so that's something. Imagine if antimatter was easy to get a hold of. Uh, yeah, terrorists would have a field day. Anyway, we've got it stored safely now and no one's the wiser. I just hope something good comes of it. That's all. You know what the alternative is, Locken? Why are they... Philip North, yeah. Why are they even keeping antimatter? Okay, so I guess the preppers are next. Okay, so prepper interview the engineer, the Junji Ito guy. My horizons ain't exactly broad. That said, I'm not completely cut off from the outside world. I knew what Bridges was and that they were trying to rebuild America. But when you're living down here, it's hard to see how that's got anything to do with you and yourself, am I right? My folks holed up in the shelter after their Death Stranding. Had a kid and raised him in their slice of paradise. And together we lived off whatever Fragile Express was kind enough to bring our way. They told me tales about the good old days, but I've never had much of an imagination. That's a far cry from Junji Ito. Couldn't see how a country long gone was any concern of me and mine. Far as I figured, if Fragile Express was happy to keep bringing us stuff, we didn't need anybody else, and we certainly didn't need America, whatever that even was. But then one day I was looking at a part for this machine my dad put together. He was an engineer. Also, he just basically took up his dad's mantle. He was an engineer too, and I noticed something said made in the USA. Right there in tiny print. Got me to thinking that America might not exist anymore, but the stuff Americans built is still around, making our lives a little bit easier even now. You could say the old country lives on in its works, kinda like how many folks live on in me. They had died a while back. Anyway, if they were American, I guess that makes me American too. and maybe the shelter a part of it all. Once I realized that, I started pouring my heart into building stuff to help you guys put the country back together. Okay. Terrorists, terrorists posing as fragile express couriers. The craftsmen. Uh, the terrorists have been at it again lately. You heard, all right? You heard, right, about how they've been sneaking in and out of cities disguised as fragile express couriers. We'll have another disaster on our hands at this rate, but it's not like we can just cut them out. We need fragile people to keep on doing what they're doing. We rely on those guys for a lot, though maybe we shouldn't. I hear they're transporting weapons now. Why they'd be so stupid, I can't imagine. Spreading shit around that kills you in a world where the dead are ticking BT bombs. Sure, terrorists are a threat and mules are a royal pain in the ass, but what genius figured escalation was the way to go when we all know where it leads? We need weapons, no tools that can take down the bad guys without killing them. And we need the hardware in circulation gone yesterday. We can't keep folks from dying in accidents or getting sick. We can't keep them from dying, period. But the deaths we can put off, we ought to. Violence isn't just ugly, it's damn near suicidal in this day and age. Which is why I'm looking to make a bunch of less than lethal gear in the hopes that it'll prevent a few idiots from getting themselves and others killed. Timeful farmer. Okay. I used to be an ecologist. Emily thought highly of me and my wife's research into timefall's effect on plant life. She was the one who suggested it could be used to boost agricultural production. See, timefalls radically altered the ecosystem of the entire continent. Obvious, I know, just as it's obvious we're powerless to stop it. So we had the idea of trying to use it to our advantage instead. Make the environment better, not worse. Easier said than done though. Take void out craters for example. Local chiral density is generally higher in their vicinity, which correlates with increased timefall. Okay. With all that exposure, you'd think they'd turn lush and green again before you know it. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite pan out that way. Nothing grows in any of them. Might be the timefall's done something to the soil, but the truth is, we don't have a clue. Which was one of the reasons why me and the missus were conducting our research. Gotta say for the record that it hadn't crossed our minds that timefall could be used to help grow food. That idea was all Amelie. So credit where it's due. So she suggested it. But then they did the research to make it actually work. Junk Theater, okay. Incredible, isn't it? This hourglass. See how the sand flows upwards. Got chiral particles in it, that's why it moves like that. And look at the shape of the glass, so elegant, so delicate, just like the girl who made it. Hard to believe it's even of this world, but it was made by human hands, alright? Crazy, isn't it? No wonder... No wonder everyone in South Knot City knows her work. You can imagine how I felt when she gave it to me. So, I mean, Hartman has a version of it. I guess you could say it was a thank you present. She'd asked me to fix something for her, and this was what I got in return. You know, I've done jobs for all kinds over the years, but none of my other customers ever did anything like this for me. Also, just toss you a couple likes, and that's the end of it. Don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with a like or two. It's just this was different. The moment she gave me this Argus, I knew I wanted to be with, but okay. Never happened though, and got out for love, and, oh, you know what happened? Our people kind of scare me, to be honest. Still, even if we can't be together, at least I'll have this hourglass. Photographer. It wasn't that long ago that we moved to this shelter, the three of us. Before that, we used to live in the city. Oh, the photographer's mother. Until my husband up and said we had to leave. He was so insistent, and I didn't have any choice but to go along with it. I couldn't care of our daughter by myself. He said he was sick of city life, and I can't say I don't understand at all. I mean, timefall may not have been an issue or BTs, but they can see how a safe and comfortable life might become suffocating. Hmm? Wow. The daughter might be happy and healthy, but we're the exception. Hardly anyone's even having children these days. You don't need a crystal ball to see where the world's headed. My husband says we're bound for extinction. Says nobody's doing anything about it. People'd rather stick their heads in the sand and try to wait out the storm. If we don't figure out the Death Stranding and fix this world of ours, that's all she wrote. My husband says that a lot, that maybe he's just a guy with a camera. But at least he's doing something and so on. He's out again somewhere, investigating something. Whatever. Let's go out, take photos. Recently he started taking our daughter with him, teaching her to take photos of rocks and murals and the like. I'm glad they're spending time together, and I know it's good for her education. But I still hate it when they go out and leave me here to wait and pray that they come home safe and sound. Yeah. Mountaineer, the husband. People aren't meant to stay cooped up inside or live in one place forever. It's not natural. You mean like introverts? Exploration's in our DNA. The great outdoors is where we're supposed to be. You know, our ancestors started out in Africa, right? Well, they didn't just stay there, did they? They wanted to try and find a better life, a better home. That's why humanity spread all across the planet, and as we've traveled, we've evolved. Little by little, we've grown tougher and smarter. Even our immune systems have become stronger. But if we stop moving, stop exploring, that all stops. That all stops too. We stagnate as species, maybe even regress. That's why we can't hole up in the cities. There's a whole universe beyond those chiral clouds that I love to explore someday. But if that's not possible, then I want to at least get as close as I can. Climb the biggest mountains, go as high as I can go, and try to see what lies beyond. All I want to do with and I want to do it with the love of my life. The world-class mountaineer who showed me the beauty of this place. Guiding star. Okay. Together, there's no peak we can summon. Spiritualist. No one has been able to explain the Death Stranding, and I doubt that anyone ever will. Certainly not with science. I can't take her seriously. Science is only suitable for observation, measurement, objectivity. You can observe and measure as much as you like, but it will bring you no closer to an understanding. Sometimes you need to expand your mind and open your heart. Seek the souls of the dead, listen for the waves on the beach. I'm beginning to see what the mountaineer met. She was a little cuckoo. Listen for the in antiquity, there were no barriers between the realms. People moved freely between the earths, outer space, and the world of the dead. What are myths and legends if not records of these journeys? No, they're myths and legends. My research has only confirmed this. The pyramids of Egypt and Mesoamerica, the Nazcan Lions, Stonehenge, all gateways built by humans in order to access the beach. Surely you can see that the wisdom of the ancients have never been more relevant. The Elder, America of the past. Oh boy, you want to hear about America? Well, you asked for it, but if you're looking for some rose-tinted bullshit, you've come to the wrong place. I was an immigrant. Yeah, that's what I thought. You see, but nothing special about that. The whole country was built by immigrants. I mean, I thought like that's what he was. He didn't look like right from America. Okay. Whole country was built by immigrants. Right off the bat, I could see it wasn't quite the land of free I'd been led to believe. Although I can't really say like what immigrant he is or where he came from. Anyway, but for a while there, it wasn't so bad. Even bought into the American dream for a minute. I mean, hell, they let a black guy and a woman shot at the presidency, you know? Didn't last though. Somewhere along the line, people became so damn intolerant. All of a sudden, there wasn't any room for other opinions or other people for that matter. We even elected a guy right before the Death Stranding that wanted us to build a wall along the whole border, stop anyone like me from coming in. Oh god. Oh, maybe it's Mexican? I don't know. Uh, one that once that talk started up, I reckon that was that. How could I expect a goddamn thing from a country that didn't want me? How could I hope to get by in land where the weak and needy got fucked over for profit and peace of mind? So yeah, I figured holding up in a shelter was the way to go. I didn't know how bad things get. No one did, but I tell you, if it hadn't been for that single decision, I wouldn't be here talking to you right now. Just goes to show that the only person anybody can rely on is his own damn self. You say, hey, give me a break. You're just pushing the same old bullshit repackaged for a brave new world. Yeah, can almost agree with the guy. Back before the stranding, there was all kinds of companies selling all kinds of shelters. Oh, shelters. Shelters. Hurricane-proof, earthquake-proof, disease-proof, war-proof, terror-proof. Probably had a recession-proof model for all I know. Anyway, you could picture it all going to hell. They had a shelter for it, and the guys building them. Military types, astronautical engineers, amateur enthusiasts, everybody and his uncle was out to make a buck. But if you wanted something that actually lasts, you had yourself three solid choices. Okay. First, there's your American Survival Shelter units. They were a global military hardware supplier. Okay. Hey, look at the acronym American Survival Shelters. Ass. Man. Used to build big government bunkers, nuclear shelters, all that. They started selling to the general consumer right before the stranding. Damn good timing, huh? Anyway, those babies were the creme de la creme. Next up, you had your Millennium Preppers. Uh, they made it big right after a string of terror attacks. Sorry, I had a bit of a cough. So, terror attacks. Okay. Started out selling bank vaults and reinforced containers and the like. Wasn't hard for them to break into the shelter game, and they knew how to build them tough. Then there's your domestic guys, World Safety Housing. All about affordability. They were cheap and cheerful. Well, as cheerful as anyone could be after the stranding. Still, they did a lot of good for a lot of folks after things went to shit. I don't know what they're using now. Maybe they're using, like, the normal preppers might just be using the World Safety Housing. Last one for the preppers, and I guess last one for now. I mean, there are the others. Anyway, the doctor. I know what you're thinking. Why is this prepper claiming to be a doctor? Don't worry, you're not the first. Rest assured that I really am a doctor. I even have a medical license through the governing body that issued it to me. Though the governing body that issued it to me is long gone. So I won't be offended if that counts for little. But license or no, people still need doctors. Preppers get sick too, you know. That's not so hard for you to get your head around, is it? Most folks haul themselves to a city hospital when there's something wrong. But out in the boonies, that's not really an option. But we can't just leave those people to die. You know full well what would follow. So I do what I can to help. Around here, I'm the only one people can rely on to keep them alive. Whenever I'm needed, I try to find someone to transport me to a patient's residence. But that's hardly the most efficient approach, and it doesn't endear me to the porters either. I've heard that Reedus is trying to bring everyone into their chiral network. If it's as good as I've heard, it would be a real game changer. Yeah, he did the thing with the mountaineer's wife. I could perform all sorts of diagnoses and even some treatments without having to leave my shelter. I hope you managed to extend it here soon. There's a lot of people out there counting on us both. Now, the other. I don't even know if these are important. counselor. Where was this guy? I don't remember a counselor. Records suggest that the widespread aversion towards physical contact and intimacy was a phenomenon that had been observed even before the Death Stranding. Contemporary report, for example, details the increasing popularity of the sexless lifestyle among young people. A growing percentage of the younger cohort were self-identifying as asexual, claiming to be incapable of feeling desire or attraction. I wonder if this is like almost like a Wikipedia encyclopedia type thing. Accordingly, such individuals were less likely to have children or engage in sexual activity. It should be noted, however, that many other unique sexual identities were being recognized during this period, such as demisexuals who are incapable of sexual attraction without an emotional connection, and pan-romantics who profess an attraction unrestricted by sex or gender, albeit one not necessarily sexual in nature. One theory posits that the Stranding accelerated the proliferation of these sexualities. In the terrifying new world in which BT's roam and annihilation is an everyday occurrence, people have grown reticent to form emotional connections with others. Although there has been no measurable decrease in human fertility, the birth rate has nevertheless dropped dramatically. Well, because of the Death Stranding. And I guess this one too. Incidents of sexual harassment and assault have also seen a sharp decrease, which seems to suggest that sex could not be further from our minds, for better or for worse. Well, tell that to the mountaineers. I must preempt myself by admitting that I do not have any empirical data with which to support the following claim. That said, it is my contention that based on the aforementioned observations and others, the vast majority of the population could be categorized as asexual. An astrologer 5 years ago. Well, what? Astrologers like me are used to having our work dismissed. Incorrectly, of course, as unscientific mumbo jumbo, but since the Death Stranding, yeah, because in the beginning of the game, it was asking me about my birth date, and then it showed me all these other zodiac signs. So, as unscientific mumbo jumbo, but since the Death Stranding, more and more people have started to take an interest in what's known as astropsychology, a discipline that combines astrology with various forms of psychology. The fact that each person has a beach to which they are spiritually connected has doubtless contributed to this trend. Right. These days, there are even psychotherapists who use astrological. I wonder if Lucy. No, she doesn't seem like the type. She seems more logical for Lucy. Psychotherapists who use astrological techniques in their counseling sessions. Perhaps the most interesting recent development of all, however, is the discovery that the alignment of celestial bodies at the moment of one's birth can influence one's relationship with the condition known as dooms. So, like, maybe even the whole Death Stranding is actually happening even outside Earth. Who knows? Of course, chiralium in the Earth's atmosphere means that it's difficult. Yeah. Dare I say impossible to actually observe the constellations at any point. To come to the conclusion that they therefore have no effect upon human lives, however, would be a foolish error indeed. A staffer at Fragile Express. Okay. Yeah, I have been curious about the umbrella and suit. You think that thing Fragile carries is an umbrella? I can see why you jumped to that conclusion. I mean, we know it's for teleporting or somehow involved in it. What was the shape and all, but you're wrong. If it's any consolation, I thought it was umbrella too at first. It's actually some kind of navigational device. I see. So maybe it's her way of navigating where to go. Not really the thing that helps her teleport, because she can already do that. She has dooms. But the thing helps her navigate where, maybe. Hmm. And came up with her so she made it. Or maybe she at least had the design, maybe she had it made somewhere. I won't pretend to understand the theory behind it, but I'm told it factors chiral density across beaches and plots coordinates for her jumps. Huh. Fragile's got some kind of dooms that lets her move from beach to beach. Yeah, we know that. The way she does it, she kind of clears her mind and lets her powers do the rest. Maybe something similar with the spikes on her suit. Hmm. Hmm. When Fragile senses chiralium concentrations, they pop out. Ah, so that's what the spikes are. I'm not sure if she'd be able to tell otherwise. It's like an unconscious reaction. The spikes only retract when chiral density decreases. But to knows, names and theories are just ways of coping with things we don't really understand. Same with visual indications of the intangible, maybe. All I can say is that Fragile's umbrella and spikes seem to help her hone her powers. Maybe the spikes are just to tell about the chiralium spike, but the actual umbrella is the one she uses to drive her to an actual place, maybe, or actual beach. I don't know. So maybe that other one's for navigation, and the other one is just for sensing the radiation or the chiralium concentrations. Anyway, who the hell? Recorder unknown. From the report on the void out in Manhattan 1. Who the hell? Those were the doctor's final words. This is another doctor. At the time, no one knew to whom he was referring, and to be fair, yeah, this is the first time they ever saw a BT. And to be fair, there were more pressing issues at hand. The doctor in question was a surgeon specializing in cesarean sections. The procedure he was undertaking at the time, however, was slightly unusual in that he was operating on a mother who had been declared brain dead 7 months into her pregnancy. Right, a still mother. She had been placed on life support, but since her blood pressure was decreasing and the fetus was showing signs of bradycardia, the decision was made to operate. Because the procedure was broadcast to medical researchers on a closed-circuit network, we are fortunate to have a record of what took place. Per the footage, the incision was made without incident. The plan was apparently to remove the fetus from the womb and immediately place it on an NICU. Where it would receive the necessary care. Prior to this, the surgeon would of course have to cut the umbilical cord. This is the moment that changed everything. The moment the surgeon's hand touched the cord, in that instant he uttered his infamous last words, "Who the hell?" I wonder if now this is Mads' wife, and the NICU is where they put BB. But then BB-28, so it can't possibly be the same one, right? I would imagine if that was the case, that would have been the first BB, BB-1 if ever. But then who knows? Maybe all BB somehow share memories. Who knows? I know, like, you have to make a woman pregnant and also have her brain dead and then get the fetus to produce a bridge baby, which is really fucked up when you think about it. God damn. From the report to the void in Manhattan number 2. Following a number of tests and experiments, the conclusion was reached that this incident was an annihilation event brought about by the doctor's contact with whatever or whomever he had seen upon touching the umbilical cord, though it eventually became apparent that the doctor had been referring to BTs at the time. No one could explain the underlying cause of this. Okay. Some later theorized that if the same conditions, brain-dead mother, fetus, umbilical cord, could be recreated, that's when they started making them. Then BTs could be detected and the mystery of the Death Stranding would be solved. Indeed, this was the theoretical basis upon which the government's own experiments investigations would be conducted. They called the fetuses they used bridge babies, and the experiments became known as the BB experiments. Right. Soon after the government's program got underway, tragedy of Manhattan occurred. These are all recorder unknowns and where it was sent. So let's go to the third one, the last one for all the interviews. And after this, I might cut this video now. It's been too long because of me reading stuff. So I might continue me crossing the tar belt in part 28. Anyway, the BB experiments were conducted at the Manhattan-based government facility in such extreme secrecy that little is known about them to this day. One thing that we do know for certain, however, is that the experiments ended in tragic failure and were directly responsible for the total annihilation of the island of Manhattan. It disappeared. As well as the death of the president who had been observing operations firsthand. Okay. He was succeeded by then Vice President Bridget Strand, okay, who shortly after her inauguration put an end to all further BB experiments and had all data destroyed. With her strong and steadfast leadership in the wake of the Void, she made great strides in quelling the chaos and unrest that had spread throughout the nation. She vowed to rebuild America and devoted herself wholeheartedly to this end. In response, separatists who opposed Reconstruction emerged and steadily grew more aggressive in their activities. One faction even managed to acquire documents relating to the BB experiments. I wonder if it was the demons or some other. And some speculate that this data was used to restart them in secret. At that time, however, no BB units are known to have been successfully recreated, and BBs in general remained a taboo subject in government circles. But what this... then again, Higgs was a porter, so maybe that BB he has is just your regular BB, and not a BB that they made. Anyway, that was all of the interviews. Memory chips, I'll just show if I find any, but that was the interviews. So, not all of them, because you can see even the Lucy ones are incomplete. So, I might read when I get more. Yeah, I need to cross the tar belt, but this has gone long enough because of me just reading this. I get likes. Thank you. But yeah, I hope you guys did like this. Now we have I guess, a better understanding of the story and the lore. I know there are bits and pieces still missing. The mail is another thing. And oh man, there's too much. I don't know if I'm gonna read that. Like most of the story is found in the interviews. I may not do that. Like I may not read it aloud as much. I just thought that the interviews were more story important, so that's why I read them. Now you guys know that info. So if I find more, I'll probably read them. Oh, here's the Peter Englert guy who kept ordering pizza, but he hasn't sent me an email since the last one, which was the fourth one, so I don't know. I have my theories about who he might be, but I'll reserve them for later. So, yeah, anyway, I'll stop it here and continue in part 28, where I will cross the tar belt and go west. Isn't that right, Sam? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, thanks guys for I guess keeping up with me and reading all of that. Just go ahead and tell me in the comments if I should do more of that or not. If it's too long, then I might not even read the rest of the interviews. At least what we have so far has been uh, mind-opening in regards to the what we're talking about, Sam. You went to the bathroom already. Anyway, uh, yeah, I think I'll end it here and continue the Tarbelt thing in part 28. And yes, I will see you guys in the next one. Bye bye.